Hey Cox, welcome. Why is this bugged out? This is the weirdest things. Okay, whatever, I'm not gonna question it. Never seen that before, but there's been a bug recently with the timer. It completely didn't work. So at least it works this time. I guess. I really don't know why. But it's been broken before, so... It happened again, I guess, just not completely. Well, this is not what the timer is supposed to look like, but whatever. Is the campfire? Yeah, at least there's that. I've got some other games to wrap up as well. I just want to play this since I got into it, but we need to finish War Hospital and Elix. So these two are next. I feel like I always get into a game and then we never finish it, so I'm just gonna have to pull through. It's been very long streams these playing this game. I don't know how many more missions are there in the game. So I'll have to figure that out. Who knows? Maybe this is the last one. I doubt it. There's, of course, it's like 3 campaigns because basically I'm playing the easy campaign. Then there's the medium and then there's the hard. And each time it's like a different city and a map, I think. It's the Navy mission. I don't know how it's called. I can take a look. Perhaps. It's just gonna be, again, when I launch this game, it launches in like a little tank slit. Looks like I've beaten Inu. So now we are to... let's check this out. Hopefully it's gonna tell me. This is Jedu. This. This is the last one, right? Grand Campaign, Jedu is the last one. Because again, there's periods, so Old Kingdom, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total missions. And so it's like 15 maps total, because you can play it. There's 5 easy maps, there's 5 medium maps, and then there's 5 hard maps. But they do take a bit longer than Caesar because of the population mechanics and how you have to just watch the grass grow. It should be it. Alright. So the last mission, interesting. Well, I would say, I don't know, I probably should do like a poll, but we usually don't have that many people around. So I don't know if the poll would actually have any results. I need to decide if we play the rest of this game or not. Just slow down. I'm even gonna pause it. I have tea, so I'm gonna have to. Well, I'll let it cook. It's fine. So let's take a look at the map. So we can take a look in pause mode. I don't think there are natural resources really on this map, apart from like the obvious cosmetics or whatever. We care about floodplains, and this seems to be the biggest floodplain. So I think that building here is the best. And also building sort of in the middle, so we can easily spread to left and right is really good. There's something to be said about the other side. There are more villagers here, for example, but they can come around. It's fine. We don't start with any garbage this time on the map, which is good. I don't like the pre-built stuff because it is usually horribly cursed. terrain. Yeah, some of this is just like completely uninhabitable, basically. So we'll have to kind of figure stuff out. There could be like, I don't know, we could put like a couple of craftsmen over here. But I think getting like the marketplace area is probably best. So let's just go ahead and build a palace. I'm gonna build a palace here. Then I'll set up a couple of nobles. This time I'm gonna do something a little different, but we don't want to stretch it too far because that impacts the pathing, I think. Oh, stretching it a bit probably doesn't hurt. So 8 nobles to start with. Hopefully that's enough. And let's get some farmers going. We want to keep it reasonable, so like 5 is probably the max we want to keep in a single group. There's some pomegranates, so we don't want to block that. So that's a potential food source. So that's a reasonable amount of farmers. We want more, so let's go ahead and get more. It's gonna be a nightmare to build the roads in, but that's fine. Let's get some craftsmen. They will be needed. We want to build it so that as many as people as possible can go and do some shopping. So let's do 4. Each of the basic goods. We'll get a dedicated workshop. And then we want to get some marketplace going. So I think marketplace here would probably be logical. Let's take a look at, yeah, okay, so we want a road there, this, there, so over here. This is once again common shops, so let's get 4 of these, get some luxuries going. I don't know why that one is so cursed. We'll replace that, so 4. Linen and pottery. I don't know what the music did because it died for some reason. Let's get sandals. We want some furniture and we want some sculptures. We'll want more, but for now that's gonna be enough. We want to start with a school. So services, we need to kind of decide where to put all that. I think like centralized is best, so around the marketplace probably not a bad idea to have this. Let's have a school. Let's have a priest. And that's it. We need some brickworks, so I'm gonna start with a couple, but we need to be conservative with this. We don't want to go too crazy on it. Gonna put 3 over here and then some brick layers. Gonna go with 4, and that's pretty much it for the start, at least I think. So we'll see how that goes. Also, hopefully music starts again soon. Okay, there you go. So probably had issues because it was paused. Let them build. That's done. Bring this here. I want to plan ahead for some extra services here. I think that's the palace. With this, it's anyone's guess. We'll have to wait. The first harvest is gonna be abysmal. We don't start with much food at all, so that's gonna be dangerous. We also need to set up a baker, but this is like bare minimum. And first baker goes here. We already have a 20 years old pharaoh. So that's something, at least it's not like 40, I've had one that was like 35 or something. That was pretty bad, because people in this game die very quickly. Again, I wish the game was a bit different with some mechanics. If it was like Caesar, where desirability would be encouraged, not just for, you know, looks, but you had to actually do it. If there was money. If, I like that stuff gets built though, that's good. But, yeah, like, you know, actually spending some form of currency and having a proper trade system would have been good. Taxes as well. Not just the field thing. Like, food could still be a separate thing, obviously. But yeah, also walkers. If there was a walker system, I believe this game would be better. A proper walker system, not whatever this is, of course. Getting some people moving in. To be conservative at the start, as I said, we cannot really build much at the moment. If we overwhelm the infrastructure, it's gonna be a problem. What I could do is a couple of extra craftsmen, if anything. Because they do take a while to build up a stock. So I'll add like 2 extra. So we are not producing some of this stuff. Perfumes? No, we do have perfume shop. Which means cosmetics. And then jewelry. I'm not sure if they get jewelry from, but let's start that going. And then we could do more common goods as well. It's just, again, I'm reluctant to do this, but it will be good for later because goods are a substantial concern for people. If there's not enough, and then you also on top of that have the religious concerns and everything, it could be kind of bad. So setting this up quickly is probably good. But then we should be careful with what to invest into. Keep some space for extra workshops. We should get an entertainer as well. Does it cost bricks? No. Okay, therefore we can just put one down. What causes houses to upgrade in this game? Satisfaction. So you only care about nobles upgrading, of course. Normal houses don't upgrade. Only nobles do. They need to have their goods satisfied, they need to have education, I think, access, and then they can support more farms, because you can only have so many farms according to how many nobles you have. So currently we can have 22. And I believe that they evolve naturally from just being satisfied, not having concerns. But I could be wrong. Like, this game kind of is black magic a little bit, so who knows. That's what I think, and usually that's how it kind of works. But there could be something else behind the scenes. No problem. I really wish I had a better answer, but as I mentioned before, I'm not an expert on this game. Wish we could mod this. Make it good. I don't even think it would take that much effort, really. To make it like improve the game by you know, couple hundred notches by just doing some basic things. I really don't want to build the mud roads. I don't like them. They look weird. But we'll be building normal roads here and there. This is for looks. The roads actually don't matter. But whatever. Let that exist. Getting some fields. We have 2 graduates, so we will be doing... This is risky, I should really wait. Let's wait. If I build this... I need a scribe, but we have time. If I do it right now, we would probably distract our bricklayers so they do things that are not important just yet. Gonna just quickly check something. Did you watch the video, Calix? It's like half an hour, so that is that. It would even be longer if I want to feature even more cities. And if we had saves. It's just screenshots really. We also need a papyrus maker. I need so many things. We'll have to be conservative though. Also another baker around here. These are government workers. Speed up. People are moving here just across the map, so it takes a while. Some goods have been made. There we go, that's what we were waiting for. The craftsman. That will be very necessary. We also should get a couple of servants. What's the population on the map? 110 villagers left, that's pretty good. We need to grow the farmer populations as fast as possible, but I would like to conserve this also for more other Europe. The bricklayers. So it depends. We might want to... Oh, let's wait a little. Priest's apartment almost completed, bakery almost completed. We need to wait until this is done. Wait, baker is getting done. This is the bricks, our choke point. Could plop down some more. or more. They don't cost bricks, so it's okay. Get some more farmers set up. Need some services soon, but yeah. Still don't have the priest as the baker. We got some taxes. Next thing should be a scribe for taxes. He should live close to the farming. Hopefully there's enough goods to go around now. Some people still complaining, yeah. It's gonna take them a little while to collect all the things they want. Let's get a brickyard. Kinda central, probably the best place to have this. This priest, it's gonna get done soon. We need that going as fast as possible. We have 3 graduates actually. We'll be doing 2 priests done. This one can live here, so you can provide easy access to multiple services. This priest is gonna focus on education. We could go with a hospital straight away. Put it in between Commoner District and the Noble District. And a shrine. Set this up for the future. Got something to read. Hey, welcome. Hey, Michigan, welcome. Three graduates, alright. This priest is very important. Scribe is getting done as well. So good, we might want extra shops, but with 8 here, I think it will be okay for now. What's the farm count? 38. We can have up to 46 right now. I think it's not a bad idea to add a couple more here at this point. Yes. The roads are cosmetic. There's no walker system. Well, that is a walker system in that people live and walk where they go, but there's no, like, impression game style walker system. We just talked about it before you arrived. Like, RL. It's a game, it needs systems. And with severe lack of systems like this, it's actually pretty bad. Like, the game has tracking issues because of it. It could be such a better game if it had it implemented properly. There's, like, if you were a person who can mod, you could take this game and make it into such a better game. With enough effort. It's a shame, really. So once again, it has issues, and like, quite blatant ones. Let's get a granary set up. And we'll build another brick maker. Right there. Who needs roads when you can just use your mental part to love it? The destination anyway. Logic has nothing to do with it. It's a game, it needs systems. Education. That's good. I'll send it. What? No. Alright, we've got the project set up. We need to wait. Thinking about another bricklayer, but we don't know where. Possibly like here is okay. And I will probably build those couple extra over here. Set this up. Commoners need to get their wares from here, so they don't have to walk very far. Because they could go to the marketplace, but this is for the nobles, really. It's not supposed to be for the smelly people. Couple extra nobles. So we are exceeding our max farm limit. Somehow the cam is so dark today. Or I'm so pale, I don't know. Alright. So that's chugging along. There might be military in this map. There probably is. This is the last map of the campaign, if we were to just stick to the easy one. So we need to consider what to do. I think a baker next is good. So we do have government employees around here. Also taxes. We are building these things. It's gonna take a little while. We need more bricks. And also, I should really make a papyrus maker. Let's go ahead and add a couple. Get some more bricks. Hopefully the harvest will be good. I think we have a scribe now, yeah. So let's take a look at the assessment. He's got his work cut out for him. We'll see. I don't think he's gonna do much this year. Maybe next year. He's kinda new, so he didn't settle yet. Properly. Granada getting done. And these. Oh yeah, they're focusing on the papyrus makers. That's gonna unfortunately siphon off a lot of the bricks for other projects. For now. I only need the welfare set up, so we shouldn't be adding more stuff if it costs bricks, that is. How about graduation? Yep, we still got one. Hopefully we get more soon enough. This priest solely focuses on education, so hopefully it's gonna be good. Okay, let's go ahead and add a couple extra luxury shops. Let's do furniture. Sculptures and cosmetics. So I think coal is kind of close, or quartz. Faience. I think that's also used in that. Could be wrong though. Oil, flowers, henna for perfumes. What about cosmetics? I'm sure we have a cosmetics shop. They use henna, so jewelry shop could use quartz instead. Let's do jewelry. This is finally getting done, which is good. There's a harvest. Should hopefully get enough to keep us going. Some papyrus will be important. Without it, our educated workers can't really work very well at all. Can you vibe to the music like reed grass in the wind for my immersion? I don't know. I'm not Egyptian, so to me this music, like, it's... If I play a game like Caesar, I want Roman music, which they imitated pretty well, even though it doesn't use historical instruments, by the way, the C3 music. But it's good, it has the feel of it. This one as well, I don't hate it, but it's not something I vibe to, I don't think. But, you know, it's an Egyptian game, it should offer Egyptian music, don't you think so? If it gets like super repetitive, I do often play like custom music if we want, but for this one I feel like for city builders like this, you really don't necessarily want to switch it out. Maybe it's just me, I don't know. Hospital, getting done. The royal family is upset. Goods, yes. Well, they got some, just takes time. Hospital set up. We need that priest. This shrine priest. Yeah, there we go. After that's done, we need another priest. One education and one healthcare. Will be very important. For now, we got 1,000 food from this. Amazing. That is good. Need to think about future expansion. I think we definitely want to expand our shrines. to think about where to set this up. Here's okay. It's close, gives access to other people as well. And then merchant center. And an exchange. Perhaps before exchange we could build... What's the thing? Court of law. Build this bad boy over here. Well, it doesn't matter where it is really, but this is okay spot for it. Just keep messing it up. It's 40 bricks. It's chunky. We also need a tomb, so... yeah, I would even want more brick makers. But this will impact our other population strata a bit. Yeah, let's get that one set up. We want to incorporate this field. We definitely cannot destroy it. More farms. Stuff's getting done. Let's get guards and then healthcare. We also need funerary services. Some mortuary. Right about here. Which means another priest is gonna be necessary. For that we need prestige. So let's go ahead and build ourselves a mastaba. We could also, yeah, I guess we do want a tomb. Kinda soon. Let's see. This is all kinda broken, yeah. Not sure if this is where we want to build this. I would like to build the monuments in the hills as opposed to close to the shoreline because that's a prime real estate for other things. So, you know, why don't put a fruitcake tomb over here? And while we are at it, a couple of small ones don't hurt. Because nobles like them. They've learned that so. The only shortage is gonna be bricks. But we've got, how many is that? 4, 8, 12, 15. 15 is a lot. Should really be having a lots of bricks. We have all the educated people working for us right now, so guards and healthcare are a thing. We should sanctify the shrines. Let's see what the complaints are. Osiris. Osiris. Ra. Alright. That is the hospital active, which is good. This one is gonna be a mortuary priest. Which we need the prestige for, which means upgrading our pals is gonna be useful. Malaria reported. Glad we have the hospital then. Let's get a new bricklayer. How about goods? Nomads. Alright. This is getting exhausted. If we expand it further, it's gonna get even worse. So let's go ahead and add those shops. getting done. Some farmers. We should check our noble count. We could let them evolve, I guess, but I will want another noble, I think. Let's go ahead and set 2 more up. But yeah, they are also evolving. How about the luxuries? They're buying them up, which is important. We might want extras, but let's see. All these priests will also crave luxury, so I'll put some shops here. Let's get sandals and extra furniture, and we want some perfumes, and then sculptures or jewelry. Sculptures. We need more space for educated workers, so important things are the tombs, which are getting built slowly but surely. We've improved the palace slightly. Let's go ahead and get a granary for the palace. We should oversee the bakers. I think I need a new baker. What does he complain about? Ra. Yeah, we have a shrine to Ra now. Should be happy about that. This area generally would benefit from a baker, I think. I would also like another granary just to stockpile the surpluses because we'll need it. This native hut is in the way. We could have torn it down, it's fine. Natives are slowly disappearing, with 78 of them on the map currently. That's not much. So we do definitely want to grow the farmer population quickly so that we can have more subjects later. Two servants, one of them is not even filled. I think I want an extra servant. Somebody over here will be okay. Healthcare. Well, you can just visit the hospital. I will set up some apothecaries as well. One there.
Your prestige is rising.
And here. Prestige is nice. We can have an additional educated worker, which means our mortuary services can start to operate. Stuff. Yeah, we will want other things. More farmers mainly. Also some shrines. Get those set up. It's okay to carpet bomb some of the reeds with napalm. It's okay. Agent Orange doesn't hurt. It's okay. It is necessary evil. Stuff. Yeah. Papyrus maker. We should make a papyrus. Get that. Perhaps a couple more craftsmen, we'll see. I think these people will have trouble getting goods, generally. Yeah. Some common shops. I'm gonna put an extra one somewhere. Maybe no. Maybe we'll stick with 3. Mats, baskets, and pottery. Even though linen is also here, so like that's very close. It is. Especially in city builders where trees are just an obstacle. Even in Caesar, like you know, set up your timber industry, there's timber, and then it's Isengard time. These people are upset. They're farmers. They want more religion, Osiris, and they want give goods. That's getting sorted, so it's okay. Get some graduates now. Stuff. What did I want? Shrine, Osiris, yes, active. So the complaint is null and void. This shrine set up. I'm gonna check out any complaints. Osiris, that's elsewhere, so you might have to visit that. Couldn't worship Osiris. There is an Osiris shrine. I'm not building 2 shrines for Osiris when there's 15 gods. Ra, you have Ra. Yet you protest. Ra and Isis. Isis is a valid point. Osiris and Osiris. Some of them are mad, it's fine. Even if they get mad, they'll leave and then they'll come back to the city. Once they figure out that it's not so hot living in the wilderness alone. Garbage workers somehow. Well, they do often wear orange. Why is this? Build a garden. What is your complaint? Hathor. Let's get Hathor Shrine. Hopefully solve these issues quickly. And the goods should equal out eventually. We did set up multiple areas for it. So, you know, give them time, they'll get their goods.
Your prestige is rising.
More prestige? There's a small mastodon. Let's give this to nobles. Anyone, no. Nobles get the tiny ones. We got some food now. We could start doing actions on the world map. I want you to wait. If there's trade, we should do trade probably. They buy furniture and sculptures, send us incense. Yes, that's gonna help the nobles. Other things? Doesn't seem like there is much trade on this one. Obelisk Quarry, Stella Quarry. We need to set up the quarries again. Magara is a city. Buys weapons, sells turquoise. Turquoise would be nice. Cedar, we don't want to trade for food, obviously. It's way too much right now. We could go with this though, the weapons. Let's go ahead and set up cargo drop-off point. I need to decide, what was this site called? Magara? Yeah. Let's make some military gear. Give me some weapons. Let's get some soldiers. And a commander. It's an autosave, it's not a crash. Set up a thing. Guard post. Put that thing there. We could upgrade the house. Or the palace. Time for war. Yeah, it's early, but we kind of have to set it up, I think, for the future. Everything's orange. Yeah. In here, depends on the company. There's been... The most common one was orange, but then that's like government run. And then you've got like some other companies who've recently expanded into it. It's like Marius Pedersen or whatever they are called, I think. Or that's the transport company for like trucks, I don't know. They like hippo thing on their logo. And those guys, they have like blue and white motif. Then you have some who have got like, usually here like the capital city garbage disposal has orange and green combination. I guess it depends, like it's municipal services, so a city funds a thing like this, but then you have like a private company.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
All right, calyx and brutality and now Marek. Stop that. Everybody knows that orange is a fruit and not a color. Food, food, food.
You wouldn't want to eat this orange. Thanks for the bets, no. It's both. Ducks are blue for recycling or grey for regular waste. Okay, interesting. I think that's same in the similar in the US though, right? Like from city skylines or whatever, you see the American cities you build, they have these kind of colors. In here it's orange, green, blue sometimes, if it's a private company, but yeah, grey not so much really, I don't think. You also kind of, I guess there's some sort of practical value to it. It's like the thing barreling down the street. You can't really miss it, it's huge, but still, like, you know, making it stand out really doesn't hurt. It's just the idea, I think. Are pre-cats also garbage collectors? Pre-cats? What is a pre-cat? Prefects. Oh. No. Of course not. Their job is to tell people not to have an open flame in their tent and then stab anyone who comes out of the tent outside of a regular work schedule. Otherwise, if it's a real question about real history, we could talk about ancient Roman garbage. Sounds about right. The ancient Rome have some sort of recycling. Okay, so recycling.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
No, no, no. Quadruple no. That color is not orange. It is light brown. Food, food, food.
Is it light brown in Denmark for garbage disposal people? That's the question. Sort of bits. let's talk about ancient Roman garbage disposal. So before we do that, let's talk about ancient societies and their garbage disposal. Even going back to Neolithic period, a group of people like basically fucking cavemen. Do you think they recycled? We know from the sites that have been excavated by archaeologists that these people were extremely, extremely wary of throwing things away, because anything and everything that could be reused would be reused. Apart from like, of extreme case, like burials developed kind of early on, but some cultures or some groups still did like cannibalism for reasons of like, it's your grandma, do not want to throw it away because it's food and bones and that. So then they use everything. So, it kind of depends. But, so Romans, ancient societies in general were not that far away from it. And of course, you had much bigger society, therefore better agriculture, better systems of governance and everything, meaning that you would often have these people not have to be extremely stringent about any resource and every resource ever. So some sort of waste was generated. But as it is, even during medieval times, people were not throwing away things that could be reused for any reason. And if they were, there were other people in the society who would be actively searching through the refuse to find those things to then reuse them or sell them to craftsmen. This was actually all the way, even through the industrial period, where you would have people searching for like, cloth rags in garbage, even in the US in the 18th century. And that's your job. And yeah, like that's real. So you can imagine that Romans and even other societies like that had that to maybe even a greater extent, where this would be mostly done by kids, this kind of job, because it's something you can do easily. And yeah, so like that's, we can't really imagine things like that for a modern person or modern society, but that's how it was. As for garbage in ancient Rome, well, ancient Rome had a very elaborate level of sewers constructed below it at some point. It wasn't there always, of course, but there also was running wastewater in the streets, and you would generally throw garbage into the street that includes detritus. And so, hygiene was pretty bad. That's why fountains were so prevalent, because you were not supposed to do certain things in the fountain. Like, you couldn't just go to the fountain and start washing your ass while someone else is washing their laundry or taking water for their household. But yeah, like, that's just, that kind of stuff is for every ancient society ever. So, not sure. The original question was, did Romans recycle? Everyone recycled ever. Because if you didn't, your society didn't really survive. The resources were extremely scarce. So yes. But not in a way that we think about it today. Yeah, rag and bone man during Victorian era is a big example of it. How long it lasted. It's just... So you can imagine, the further you go into history, to more common this sort of occupation will be, or, to see it. Build some more friends. It's gonna be extremely awkward. Hey Fredskamp, welcome. Should have recycled their lead pipes. Don't touch the man's pipe. It's one of the rules you cannot cross in the, many cultures. Pirates, very fond of their pipes and tobacco. You do not touch it. If you did, you would not have a good time. The Bayman I talked about in the pirate video, they actually used a spider claw from like a giant tropical spider to scrape the pipe. That would keep that in their little pouch. Interesting things. Romans washing their asses in a fountain while others drink from it. Noted. What a high culture. No, I don't think that's... you are not supposed to do things like that. But of course, there could be instances where someone would break such rules. And then you would have, you know... Usually, I think someone would be taking care of the fountain. And then they would kind of, you know, give you a fine or even a thrashing for doing that. And even people seeing you do that would probably kick your ass. As much recycling as being super efficient and finding use for everything, yeah. So again, not as we think of it, like not recycling as in, oh, I need to put the plastic bottles in this bin and then magically it gets transported somewhere and I save the planet. No. That doesn't work like that, but also Romans didn't do that. So like they didn't have plastic, but even like they had glass, for example. So you would think, did they have glass containers, receptacles to accept a glass refuse? No. Glass was never a refuse, even if it got shattered. You would kind of, you know, probably just melt it and just make something else out of it, or even like sell it. Garbage was a resource. You could collect scraps like that and sell it to craftsmen. That's how, again, children especially made living for their family, because you had to work as a kid in most times in history. This was one of the jobs that children could do. Is it the foreign resource? Clearly you understood, yeah. It is. I wish it wasn't though. Would it say brutality? Would you like me to play Factorio at some point on stream? I will suffer though, because I'm not good at that game, but I'm also stubborn, so I will probably crank the settings up. But yeah, that's something for the future. Romans even recycled enemy warriors. I mean, scavenging after a battle was very real. And not just for soldiers, but for civilians. Because that's a resource, even that, but that's not exclusive to Romans. Like, that's what happened in, like, feudal Japan, you know. When you had the shogunate wars, you would go Sengoku Jidai, the biggest period of warfare in ancient Japan, where the shogunate was established. For, like, you know, they had a periods where shogunate needed to reassess their position amongst their clans, and so it's kind of complicated. But regardless, peasants would often scavenge battlefields and rob dead warriors, and then equip themselves with weapons or stash weapons, and then they would often ambush other people with those weapons and things like that. So any culture that had sort of stuff like this would have scavengers, basically, and those scavengers would usually be lower class people living in the countryside. The live ones, oh yeah. But that's also not exclusive to Romans. I will tell you that I think every ancient society we know that existed used some form of slavery, or, you know, war captives being used for labor and other things. Whatever you call it. You know, Mesoamerican civilizations, they even executed captives for gods reasons. Human sacrifice was also real. So, like, I don't know, it's not exclusive to Romans, it's just like ancient people, that's what they did. Is it good? No, but we have different sort of morals, we should not think about that the same way. Because also Romans, if they saw our culture, they would also laugh at us, or like think we are weird and degenerate and whatnot, so, you know. You should keep an open mind when learning about things like that. Oh, 80 RL hours. Jesus. Usually for factor runs I take some days off work and no like that shit. My girlfriend is disappointed that we don't use my days off more useful stuff though. Yeah. Get to the Factorio grind set, lock yourself in your basement with 15 liters of Mountain Dew and a bucket. Come back a changed man. And back then Japanese were. I don't know about that. What about that is that thing? It's, you know, again, they had a society and they had, even though they were isolationists even back then, they did get invaded by the Mongols and basically Koreans, because Mongols controlled China and Korea, and they built a fleet several times in fact and invaded Japan. And then Japan defended itself, even though it was fragmented feudal state with clans. It managed to get a good force together and they fought the Mongols and the Koreans. And they succeeded, partially also because of weather. There was a typhoon that smashed the flotilla of ships that the Mongols were building forever. And that's where kamikaze actually comes from, by the way, because it's divine wind, and it's supposed to reflect to a feudal war amongst Mongols and their controlled Korea and China against Japan, where the divine wind saved Japan. That's apparently what happened. Some pretty grueling stuff from that period, by the way. When the Mongols invaded, they kind of took the smaller islands first. So had some last stands there, which is cool. Not cool one. It's grueling, but, you know, nice to learn about. Today's society just stores defeated warriors. So wasteful. Again, people in the history were very much practical, and not just with resources, as said, but also with design. Like, of course, people didn't have concepts of modern science. They didn't know what a bacteria is, but they understood, like, yeah, don't drink foul water or you'll get sick, because they seen it happen, right? So common practice was a thing, but also like in terms of manufacturing standards and things, they didn't have the capabilities to produce things like we can. But they still managed to, like, they needed to make the most out of the little they had, and therefore any sort of design, like you look at something, piece of armor, a weapon, usually it's, unless it's very purely ceremonial purposes, which these people value the religion a lot, but if it's not ceremonial, then you can bet every single thing on that piece of armor or suit of armor or weapon or a shield has a purpose, and it's not there just for, you know, like bling. It could be that it has like some sort of intimidation factor to it, because that's also a thing in warfare, especially amongst like smaller scale conflicts, so like city-states in Greece. You would often see like the big, how is it called? You know what I'm talking about. A helmet would have a thing on it. In Czech it's chochol, but in English it's well, you tell me. It's a thing. That thing, yeah, it makes people worried and scared who you are, and also helmets that cover most of your face, practical reasons as well as intimidation factors. Same as war cries, and same as kind of even amongst Celts and Germans when they were fighting each other, which they often did because they're very warlike people. It was a fight amongst two like hordes basically, and they would just try to intimidate each other and then fight a little bit, but usually the casualties would be super light. And often you would even have champions fighting instead of the armies or groups, if it looked like it would be, you know, to the detriment of everyone to just lose people. Such a waste. Bring back necromancy again. I didn't say that. If you intimidate, so does the extra damage. Not necessarily, but yeah, like a lot of casualties were taken during retreats in battles as well. Okay, so we've got 2,000 food. I've been kind of sitting on my resources here, which is fine, I guess. We are building another little tomb, which is good. We've got 8 educated workers total capacity. We have built this, which is good. So we've got a city guard. I think I'm gonna go with 2 more priests, and then we'll go ahead and diversify with some other employees. So let's do guards and more healthcare, just to ensure that everything gets activated constantly. And farms 62. Okay. How about craftsman? Got 23 common shops. Still doesn't quite seem to be enough. So I might actually get a couple more. Sandals. Sculptures. Furniture. And let's get some common goods. I want linen. And linen. Just get as much as possible, so there's at least some goods available. And there is a field right there. Hey Sam, welcome. Suppose the 14 Maneki Neko waving cats I have standing on a shelf behind me prove that I'm a modern creature. Is that the cat that does this? Yes. You see, I know what that is, even though I don't own that. But I know such things exist. I've been told. Let me just read something real quick. 14 different colors. Shelly, does it impress ladies though? Why do you have this in your possession? Tell me the reason. I guess it's just a thing. Well, it's 14 of a thing. Man of culture. It does not impress ladies. That's bad. Then maybe you should get rid of it, you know? No, I'm saying. Okay, we need this. The gardener. I'm thinking about nobles, but probably letting them evolve is better than slapping down more. We do need palaces though. That was one of the objectives on this map, I think. I should double check the objectives. Some sort of a magician myself. Yes, you make beer disappear. Right? I don't, because if I have a beer, I like need to consciously keep thinking, oh, I should drink it before it gets stale. Because I crack one open. Oh yeah, go for it. I crack one open and I need to kind of be in a mood for it. I'm not a huge drinker. But right now I would have a beer. I don't have one though, I don't think. We also want the exchange. Do we do exchange? We should. Let's go for it. Which means we need a scribe. A scribe, yes. Let's put it here. Let's check the goods. At least this is getting done. They somehow have trouble going to the hospital, but now with 2 priests taking care of healthcare, hopefully it's gonna get taken care of. It's never been opened, yeah. With more priests, that's gonna become less of an issue. Saving the game. Let's get a common shop here as well. Maybe some pottery. I'll get some. Okay, great. I'll actually take a look. Maybe I have something I don't know about. You never know. Not beer. I found Strongbow, which is a dark fruit cider. So I guess I'm gonna have that. It is, however, something that is popular with my Japanese Twitch friends. Ah, right. Tend to love them. Do you stream? Why not? What's the question? Thanks. Na zdraví. They creep me out and I don't know why, as I love cats. Because they are staring straight into your soul. That's why. Do we do plaza? I don't like the plaza in this game. Especially if you just do this, it looks super weird. That's pretty awful. I guess. Some streamers have a functionality where they can shout out their viewers and they can clip. The clip is shown from their stream. The clip shown when I got shouted out is me panning my camera over my waving cat. I'm afraid that if I stream again, another clip will be chosen by the functionality. Alright. Brutality says, na zdraví vám, barbaris hojenichiam. Yes, it means cheers, you barbarians from the clay pits. It's correct, yes. It is correct. Nice. Healthcare is a bit of a problem. We have the food. We should like, let's upgrade the palace once more. It's almost done. We need more educated worker capacity. This is gonna get done eventually. But we want to kind of opt out of these mastabas relatively soon. At least that would be the idea. Build the last fruitcake tomb. Would a construction worker in CZ greet me friendly after a sentence? I don't know, it feels a little bit like, hello there fellow kids. I guess it depends what the workplace culture is, right? I think a lot of places have their own kind of culture here where you might develop some sort of humor. Also, Czech humor is renowned to be good, but it also is like super niche a lot of the time. But it is omnipresent. A lot of sarcasm and things like that are like in daily life. Which isn't necessarily great, I don't think. But it is real. Problem is, unlike the sentence you just said, a lot of Czech humor doesn't necessarily translate very well. Some of it does, but a lot of it doesn't. What is this? Ah. Okay. That was a hunt, ladies and gentlemen. That's how a hunt looks like. Okay. Fine, who am I to question that, you know? I've never hunted a crocodile with a stick myself, with my 8 closest friends, who are exact clones of myself. That was a Florida man move, by the way. Alright, we need some more educated workers. I'm actually curious. Oh yeah, we will need one for this. And then we'll need one for an overseer. I resized the window. Damn it, this is bad. I need to reload the game, I'm sorry. But the moment you do this, everything will stop working. I need to go ahead and fix it. Yep. They didn't lasso and ride to battle, I'm not sure. Yeah. What's the typical saying in CZ? It doesn't really translate well into English. Well, how can I tell you when it does? Typical saying. It's kind of hard to come up with it at a spot. I don't really know. I just know that specific cases have been kind of, you know, that came up and I couldn't translate it before. I know a lot of like sayings and whatnot, yeah, but I don't know. It's a very specific question, I don't have answers. Bez práce nejsou koláče, yeah. That is a thing that's said, and it's supposed to mean that it's direct translation of this is without work there aren't any pies. I think. Or collage is not, it's not a pie, it's a tart. You know what tart is? Without work, there are no tarts. That's what it's directly translates to. And basically it means the same thing. You should be able to get what it means, right? So that's not a hard one. There are some hard ones too. But I can't find one right now. It would require a lot of thinking. I don't want to do thinking. No pain, no gain. Yeah, okay. It makes sense. It means the same thing, essentially, yeah. Or... there's a lot of these. But, like, you can't cut down a forest without some splinters. Or things like that. It's like equivalent, no. Když se kácí les, létají třísky. It's when a forest is cut down, there are splinters flying around. That's what it's supposed to do. So like, I guess you can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs. Is that the saying in English? So like, I guess it's cultural thing, but it's similar. Like, these are not a problem. There are some that are though. What do we do next? Need prestige. Let's check this out. I think this time we should go for something a little bit different than this. There's a trade. Cosmetics, and they sell spices. Let's do that. Stella. We could do that. Or the obelisks. But they are, oh no, that's more pricey. So I guess we do the Stella? Oh, I can't even do that. We don't have the material. Okay. Well then, that solves it. I don't want to trade for food. At least not at the moment. Maybe later. We could get the basalt quarry at least. I guess we do that. This map does not have much trade on it, by the way. We should build barge landings. To decide where is the best spot for this thing. Here. It's gonna cut down some reeds, that's fine. Since there is not much trade, perhaps just having a couple would be okay. Usually you want to go like and make a lot of these. Hopefully 2 is good. We'll add a third one here. There you go. And then let's get cargo drop-off point. And we'll get these things over here. So we want like 6. Fine limestone. Limestone. I want to improve the palace further. I think it's almost done. Statues. There we go. Then we should build a new granary as well. Two. Yagshan site. Small statuary. I can't click the button. I don't know what this is. Upkeep. I guess I'm gonna open it. We need a small statues. So let's select this. Make small statuary come here. We will want to set up stone carver. Get 2 of these guys. Let's get some laborers. Two squads, really good enough for now. It's hard to see which each building is doing, at least for me. But I did explain it when I was building it, so... Is that my fault? Or, like, yeah, the game's not very straightforward, as in, like, Caesar. But once you know, it's not hard to tell. This is craftsman. This is a shrine. This is a granary. This is a baker. This is a... This is an apothecary. These are farmers. This is a hospital. These are priests. That service a lot of this. This is a commander. These are soldiers. These are craftsmen, the luxury ones. The browner ones are the common ones. These are nobles. This is a palace. Yeah, I know, I agree with that. I'm just trying to tell you. Bricklayers, these make bricks. Bricklayers, brick makers, they make bricks. Then you have bricklayers, which are these guys. They use the bricks to build stuff. These are servants. They serve the nobles to carry their stuff and the craftsmen to gather materials for them. Do you want to see a degenerate? I'll show it. Degenerate. Some people look normal, like they walk around and it's fine, right? And then you have like the absolute worst, like the Orc of Mordor sort of deal. I would like to show you, but I don't see one currently. This one is like, you know, after they have hard labor or whatever, that's normal. But there's like, some of it is just awful. Also, it's a soldier. They have a stick. I'm looking for a very specific... Nothing to see here. The servants do that when they... This one, look at it. Look at that posture. Look at that posture. Is this real? It's like... Oh man. That's how I walk. This is a brown building. This is a tan building. This is a beige building. Yes. Just stripping balls and walking on his hands. Yeah, that was the entertainer. After a long shift in the pits. You're back with also her. I guess. So we want to have overseer. Did I build one? This is scribe. Oh yeah, we need more capacity. That's what it is. Have I built a thing? Scribe overseer? No one. Okay, we need an overseer. Unless it's set up and I just didn't see it yet. You need to tell me if I forgot. I don't think we have one, so let's build one here. Now we need prestige, so hopefully they make the things happen. I also like some statues, I guess. Depends. Do we have some space? Is that okay spot for other things, actually? We might wait for the statues instead. But then we need that overseer. So I'm not quite sure. But that scribe is unhappy. Tough. Fine, I'm gonna build you a shrine. To Tough. This is a Tough shrine. Tough. There you go. You gotta be right back. So how are we doing? We need a lot of space. We got some statues now. But I think without an overseer we can't really do much with that. So we need these to be done. We should... perhaps a couple more farmers wouldn't hurt. They're getting a bit far from the services, but that's fine. Observe the things. Anubis, okay. Could do another shrine, I guess. Because people love to complain about various things. see about the exploits. We've got traders coming here now, which is good. But we need those educated workers soon. Could use another baker here. Another sky after that for more taxes, probably not a bad idea. But we need that prestige, which is a problem. Yeah, we don't have much really. This palace upgrade is gonna help a little. Then it's all about these mastabas. I could try and get some of this. Not sure, no. That would even put this. Guess I'm gonna build one here. It does give a little bit of prestige. And we do have the bricks, I think. Well, at least the production for it. So that will help. Many papyrus. Papyrus looks pretty good. But you can never have enough of it, I think. We might have to get even more. People complain about religion. They will always complain about religion. As long as we offer some shrines, it will be alright. Could make another shrine to Hape, which is the god of the harvest. So whenever, if the inundation fails, then they will seek that god in particular. They've built it pretty quick, which is good. It's almost completed. Hello, welcome. His worship complaints, yeah. It's because the game has like 15 gods and like, yeah, wouldn't it be cool if we reflect the Egyptian pantheon by letting the player have to build shrines to every single god? Well, they had even more than this, but still, from a game design perspective, this is not good. This is why it's infuriating to play. At least there are no like real god effects. Sad. Sure. So like, you know, the only thing that happens is people get upset. It's not like Caesar where, you know, stuff explodes because gods got angry. Build a Horus statue. It is expensive, but I need a prestige. Enjoy building a shrine for every single god. Yep. Absolutely, that's what we'll do, but it's still kinda like mid-game right now. We're entering mid-game, so I'm just slowly building them up. I've got 2 priests on a religion duty, so hopefully they do it. But you see now this is getting disrupted. So you would need even more priests. Then they're happy because they want a temple for everyone. Yeah. You can never win. That's getting built. We had a harvest. We got a decent amount of food. Let's check the world. Basalt quarry. We already clicked that. But that is a symbol which I can't click. This was supposed to be large statues, I think. So we can start getting some limestone instead? No, we can't. We need bricks. Okay, fair point. That's fine. We can wait. Oh, did it relocate? Is this obelisk quarry? Stella quarry. No, these are different. Okay, fine. Ptah. Don't we have a Ptah shrine? That's tough. Ptah. There you go. At least we should see plentiful goods. Nomads. Adequate. Okay. Ptah. They want Ptah. Sculptures. And then... They should deplete it quite severely here. With the goods. These have many. No problem. Perhaps common goods are an issue here. They are. Is it because common people are buying it though? It might be. What about these? Nomads. A few baskets. A few linen, no pottery. Yeah. I suspect that's what's behind it. Let's make some here. Give it time. This is getting built. That should give us a decent chunk of prestige, hopefully. So the palace, is the palace done? Not yet. How to save? You could designate the statues already. When we get access to it, let's see. Problem is, I don't even know where do I want to put this. That's why Christian took over so fast and the one temple needed. Yeah. It's a joke about Caesar as well. We have to build all the things. Of course, again, from a gameplay perspective, it's absolutely infuriating as a mechanic. From life point of view, not so much. Like, to a certain extent maybe, but also there's a reason why almost every ancient, well, basically every ancient society ever had polytheism. Monotheism or like Abrahamic religions. There's a bit of practicality behind it, but it's also other things. It's not just one issue. why they are so prevalent, or like why did other religions kind of die out. Looks fine. What about this thing? It's almost done. Just need a couple more bricks. Mostly had primary local gods. Not about cultural having temples for every minor god. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's why, like, for practical reasons, it wouldn't make sense to like make a shrine to every single thing. No, you would have like a shrine to worship, and then they would be sanctified to multiple of these minor gods, or like one major one, and then you would also have like even in like Egyptian pantheon and whatever, they also have like familiar relations, so oftentimes they would be like together. You could also just have like a sort of like a lararium, just a shrine that's like to the gods, and it's, you know, in the street or whatever. You don't have to build a temple to everything, but yes, you could also have temples to like the major gods. Of course. Just in this game. No, in other games as well. We are made to suffer because of poor understanding, but yeah. It's a bit annoying, but like it's not gonna burn down from it. It's just people will bitch at you for no reason, but that's fine. Could be worse things. Well, for no reason. There is a reason behind it. It's just not a very good reason. Look at the exchange. Come on, prestige, we need it.
Your prestige is rising.
We need more though. The bird is watching. I'd like games to have just a general need and variety introduced by having different bonuses for different gods, yeah, as opposed to just punishments for someone demanding a specific shrine. Yeah. No, that's right, it's just that this game is quite old as well. So like, you know, gaming evolved over time as well, game design. Like if you look at Caesar or other games, they also have that similar system where it's just not very well thought out. Where it's just, you must construct additional pylons, that's what it is. It's not actually, well, rewarding is one thing, like there are blessings and whatnot, great, but the thing is, it's just a busy work for the player to do, right? Which we've, as gamers, like, people grown more demanding in their games as well. You need to understand that, like, I thought this was a new game. No, this is old. This is like super old. How old is this thing? Very old. It's one of the, like, it's kind of early 3D. If you look at the models, it's kind of apparent. But yeah, I guess I would not, like, I would actually not look twice at it if it was like, oh, this is a, you know, early access game or whatever. Yeah, 2004, like, it's 20 years old. It's not as old as Caesar, but... it's still really, really old. Yeah, older than most of the Twitch audience. Correct. And like for its time, I mean, I would not say it's 20 years old if I looked at it for the first time, right? Like even the scale of it, like it doesn't look like it was that limited. But it has issues. This game does have issues. Quite a few of them, in fact. From design perspective as well as bugs. I have quite a few issues too. So it's a nice match. Saying match made in heaven. Yeah, no, I mean, many games have issues to them. I'm just saying, you know, it's not perfect, so that people don't think like, oh, this is the holy grail of game. No, it's not. It's really not. I'm playing it because I'm weird. So like, maybe most people in the universe will probably not enjoy it, but I do. So, overseer, yes, we need an overseer. So that prestige needs to rise. They're building that mastaba, which is good. I'm gonna make the Sphinx statue. You're talking about Caesar 4? No. But this, I talked about Caesar 4 actually, like last stream. Or prestige, nice. Weren't you here? So, this game, fundamentally, is like Caesar 4 is to us. Because it's like that to people who like Pharaoh, okay? Exactly, actually. Like, if you look at Caesar 4, it has very similar issues, I would say. Not in every way, but a lot of it also is pretty bad. For similar reasons. And so, like, oh, look at it, it's 3D, great, but I would rather it be isometric and it freaking works, you know? But yeah, fundamentally, if you would talk to people who like Pharaoh, I think they would say that this game is like Caesar 4 is to Caesar 3 community, where we don't talk about Caesar 4. And you keep bringing it up for like, oh, let's make Mark upset or whatever. I don't know why I keep bringing it up, but like, it works every time, I guess, because it's making me upset. Let's not talk about it. It's fucking heresy. This game, on the other hand, I don't like Pharaoh to begin with, so I don't care. I actually enjoy this more than Pharaoh. Did I play Zeus? No, never. And it seems like it would be a miserable experience from what I've seen. This is the Caesar 4 version of OG Pharaoh, yeah. Alex can tell us because she likes Pharaoh, so you've heard it here first, folks. So again, I can enjoy this, but only because I don't actually like the original Pharaoh. Because it would feel like a complete ripoff. But also something important I didn't mention. This game doesn't call itself Pharaoh, okay? If it called itself Pharaoh, then people would go like, oh, this is freaking heresy. Like we do say about Caesar 4, because it is fucking heresy and because it calls itself Caesar. I see game says Caesar. I bring the game home, launch it. Where's Caesar? I have the game, there's no Caesar. Why? You know, that sort of deal. So there's if Caesar 4 was called something else, like, you know, I don't know, Augustus, whatever, before Augustus mode, like it called itself something else, you know, unoriginal 3D Roman game number, you know, 15, whatever. Yeah, great. Then it would be its thing, and like, yeah, we kind of laugh at it and from a distance, and like it's fine. But if it's part of the franchise that has so many people who love it, is like it's the black sheep of that franchise, and it's just despised. While this is its own thing, it doesn't call itself Pharaoh, so like you can ignore it and you can just go like, yeah, someone made another Egyptian game, great, but it doesn't impact Pharaoh in any way, you know. And yeah, that's fine. Actually, that's one thing we should envy people who like Pharaoh, because we don't have to deal with this being part of the best game we think is the best game. For Caesar, we are not so fortunate. The Caesar 4 thing is very real. Caesar 4 needs somebody else C4 to blow it into pieces, yeah. It does. I'm absolutely, there is no redeeming factors about Caesar 4. I'm sorry, but like, it is the worst thing known to man. Literally. I would launch it into space so that aliens can behold it and leave us alone. Like, what the fuck? If the civilization created, it's not worth even interacting with. We are leaving. Do it. Or if we blow ourselves up, the only thing left as a monument to what we did and achieved is gonna be a copy of Caesar 4 flying through space. I kinda like that idea. We should probably include some sort of schematic to build a PC though, so they can actually launch it. Alright, go to food. Bricks, not so much, because I've been building very expensive things, but we need a prestige. We actually have an overseer. Yeah, that's right. So statues are gonna start becoming available. This dude is gonna do statue construction. And I would like to build a very teeny tiny little pyramid in our backyard. Yes. And we'll import various garbage, but we need bricks for it. You still have villagers on the map, which is surprising, to say the least. But farming is like, we are running out of space really, and I don't want to over-farm in a single area, because then people can't really use the farmland very well. So we need to spread them here, meaning that services might not reach. We'll have to see. Could go with a couple more shopkeepers around here actually. This is now becoming sort of an area for them to service. That's done. What else do we want? We could go with another... oh. Yeah, I might need a priest soon. Set up 2 priests here. Gods and health. And some more farmers, perhaps. Embrace the jank. I find a lot of suggestions for Augustus upgrades push the game into Season 4 territory. Maybe these people just need to play that game instead. You are correct. And it is a chief reason why I'm actually, like, not having such a great time in Zachord a lot of the time. Is because there is a concentration of these people there who don't actually know what they want for the game and they want to actually ruin it. But they don't realize that it's dumb fucking suggestions, and I'm very worried about one specific person being part of the Augustus team who wants this as well, by the way. So it's not just there. But I've said before, I will always fight against it anytime I see it. But it doesn't mean it's gonna actually change anything. No, it's not gatekeeping. What's wrong with you? That's not gatekeeping. You want the game to be good. That's the main thing about it. Yeah. Well, it's not a very good joke, because gatekeeping is a different kind of thing. And in some instances, I would say a level of gatekeeping can even be good. But this is not the instance. This is a completely different problem. Okay? It's not gatekeeping, it's preserving the game's spirit. And you need to do that if you want the game to, you know, keep its spirit, which is rather important, especially for people who just find out about it, and there's a reason why it is alive after such a long time. If you destroy it by completely replacing its feel and everything, well, then you just might as well make another game. But this is not really, you know, again, it's a dangerous thing. What changes within the game? Copy-paste feature, yes. Copy-paste feature, that is one of the things. Other stuff, population strata, like you need patricians for your, you know, monuments to work or whatever. Yeah, Caesar 4 has patricians and equites. Does it add anything to the game? No, it's awful. Why do you want to add it into Caesar 3? Some people persist in requesting this thing, even though it's awful. Like, there are a lot of maps would now absolutely have patricians. Well, right now, you don't have to have them, and a lot of maps actually rely on that, not to be the case. So suddenly you would reduce everyone's options, and like, only one way to play the game, you have to have patricians to ever have anything. Great. Great. So like, you reduced options for map makers and players by introducing this stupid feature who no one wants, or like the people who want it don't know what they want. Because that's exactly the case of that, where some people are just fucking stupid, and this is one of the cases. Anyone who advocates for this is fucking stupid in my opinion, because they should go and play Season 4 if they want that in the game, and see how it translates to practice. See how awful it is? We've all seen it, that's why we don't want it. At least people who are reasonable and have two brain cells stood up together, you know. I'm getting angry, let's not talk about Season 4. No, not optional. Like, it shouldn't be part of the game. If you don't, this is not something you can make, and it's optional for the patricians to staff buildings. Like, it's such a core feature that, do you realize the amount of work that it would require? This is not as simple as like, you know, you can tweak it on. No, it would be like a permanent thing for everyone, I bet you. But yes, of course, otherwise, like, if the devs want to cater to these people, why not make it something they can tweak on and off? I don't care, as long as I don't have to have it. But the thing is, the main game should be well balanced, and like, the niche things could be settings, yes. But this is completely different. This is not anywhere like, even the labor pool, global labor pool is different than this. As a discussion. What about the feature for disallowing upgrade of residential buildings? So like keeping people in one stage? That doesn't hurt anything, because we can already do that with limiting what kind of goods or services they get access to. So like, it doesn't actually do anything, because we can do that already. But if they want to spend time doing that, why not? But we don't need it. Can have one more educated worker. We've actually got the priests working, both of them. Oh yeah, I should get another. Let's get a scribe. Get ourselves more taxes. That's the thing. We want to start doing this thing, which means opening the stuff. We might have to wait. We need to stockpile bricks to open the quarry. It is paid by everyone, or is it their own hobby? It's their own passion project. No one is paying Augustus Steam because it's impossible to get a license for it. I think technically Microsoft owns the license. I think. I don't quote you on it, but I think they do. Some sort of corporation has it. So they can't make money legally out of it. Fine limestone. Let's get normal limestone first. And then the other one. Let's gonna upgrade some buildings first, let the market deliver their local stockpile, and then upgrade the next building. I guess, but like, that's not really a concern, I don't think. Like, again, it doesn't hurt anything to have it as a feature. I just don't feel like I would use that. Personally, I don't really think that would be like worth spending time on, but You know, it could be in there. It doesn't hurt anything. Until Paradox gets the IP. Yeah. No, that's why we need to protect the game, okay? That's why I need to keep it good. Which means, unfortunately, also, this means that sometimes seeing something fundamentally, brutally stupid that it would ruin the game means that you have to go out there, go into the fucking trenches and tell them, no, this is a stupid idea. This is a reason why. And you need to do this. This is important, okay? And not only I do that, but if we stop doing it, bad people will get charge of the project by requesting garbage, which is then gonna make it into the game. I don't want it, you don't want it. No one who's reasonable wants it, but there are some people who don't know what's good. Therefore they request garbage, okay? So building upgrades, it starts consuming the goods. If you slowly upgrade, you fill the stockpile in the houses, you will need less markets. Not necessarily, that is like the first feeding cycle thing, but that's not really a concern. Like the first feeding cycle will be awful regardless. Because like what's gonna happen then is in Augustus, half of your block's gonna be tens forever until you slowly go through the houses. Meaning they will be very upset that the other people have food and goods. It's better to just get it naturally as fast as possible because sentiment is a big deal. How does the process evolve for the devs? Is there a survey for new stuff to vote for? No. They just monitor Zach code really, and then that's how they get the feedback. I've convinced Areldir to make a community feedback forum channel on their own integrated internal Discord, and I go and search Reddit and other deep dark places of the universe to find cursed feedback to provide to them. I include everything, even cursed garbage, because they deserve to know everything people might be talking about. But there are some things that are just beyond awful. And it's also because I'm exposed to it, like I've seen a lot of it. Therefore I might be a bit like, I don't want to be abrasive, but like I've seen people request just complete dog shit and just, I'm tired of it. Because again, like half of the people requesting these things either struggle with some sort of basic mechanic. So like instead of learning how the game works, they request as everyone else has to change because they cannot handle very basic things. No, that's one bad thing. And then you have people who are like, oh, wouldn't this be cool? It's like realistic. Great, but Season 3 is not realistic in like almost any way. And like that's not a justification just because it's real or like it makes sense historically speaking. Does it make sense in the game is the question. Okay, of course you don't want to add absolutely blatantly unhistorical things, but at the same time, just because something is real and from history doesn't mean it needs to be in the game, and that's something I say as a person who loves history, okay? So, again, some people just don't know what they're talking about or what they want, because they clearly like haven't spent 2 seconds thinking about that. They either write down whatever the first thing comes to their mind, and they think, oh, this is such a great thing, everyone's gonna love it. No. Of course not. Otherwise, we would have already also thought about that, because a lot of people are spending a lot of time thinking about these things. Very knowledgeable people, and people who actually know what they are doing. So, there's a very small chance that someone's gonna come up with something, oh, look at this Holy Grail that I've come up with, and no one ever thought about it before. Yeah, great. After 30 years, I'm sure that's real. No, of course not. It's more about like how many times a certain thing is requested, and then if it's requested enough times, the devs might consider adding it, even if they don't really want it. Which, it depends, it's complicated. They also have like an inner circle, and they need to agree on things. So, you know. All of this is kind of internal. Just concerning normal C3 gameplay, so not at all applicable for Augustus. Well then, that's... Julius doesn't want to change how the game works. Fundamentally, it's only a bug fix. So, Julius will never change that, and if you want to do changes like this, then only Augustus mod changes features like this. If you don't think about Augustus compatibility with the sentiment and such, then that feature cannot exist. Because there is no such project that would that would use that. More hostile cultures attacking your citizens, maybe unkillable scorpions. Creatures. Well, the thing is with creatures like in Pharaoh and Emperor, these are awful because they constantly respawn. You can turn that off in Season 3. They made it happen, now you can turn it off, which is good. But sprites, like the animations, how an animal looks like on the world, is incredibly hard to make. It requires like 60 plus animations of like slides to draw them in a very obscure program. It's hard to make, okay? But yes, a suggestion has been made actually for lions, bears, things like that. Scorpions, not so much, but like these sorts of things. But it's a lot of work for a very minimal sort of gain. Like, yeah, eventually, if people who make the art will have the time to do it, why not? Jota asks, is the Julius team different from Augustus? Well, yeah, Julius is not a team, it's just a person. It's Bianca who made it. And she recreated the whole Season 3 game from scratch, basically, because we didn't have an engine. So she made that game up. It took like 20 years, and she made that from scratch. And now we have it, and thanks to Julius we can have Augustus. Augustus is a build-up upon Julius. Okay, but it doesn't go through active development. Bianca only adds fixes. No changes. Julius is not supposed to be changing the game in any way. Not even adding new things that are good. No, nothing. It's as it's supposed to be, only fixes. Okay? And widescreen support, all that. Yeah. It's Pharaoh has that and Emperor has that where they respawn and it's awful. Again, we have that setting off, but like I wouldn't mind us having better variety of animals like bears and hyenas or lions. Great. But it's fundamentally not gonna change the game in any way. And so it's a lot of work for a very minimal gain. Yes, some people really care about the looks of it, but for practical reasons it doesn't actually like matter. Okay? So as long as it doesn't hurt anything, I'm fine with it. But the moment you start making it like, oh, how about they respawn constantly and attack the city from all sides? Great. No. So yeah, depends. Yeah, Calix. I mean, I know where you're coming from. As a person who played Pharaoh and Emperor, which I know you are, because you played those, you know, that is not a good idea, because it didn't work in those games for a good reason. It's fucking stupid. And that's why we shouldn't have that. And it is a thing. You can have infinitely spawning wolves currently in Augustus. And eventually, if there are other animals, perhaps other animals. But why would you want that upon yourself? Not just to mention, like, even if you have the military then to kill them constantly, the thing that you will hear forever, the dying noises of the wolves and the spawning and howling, do you want that in your life even? Like, I don't think that's good in any way. So they removed the military, you can no longer attack the creatures, and for some reason then they made them invulnerable on top. What? For a remake joke? Yeah, I mean, we talked about Pana before. In the first stream of this game, I talked about Pana a little bit. I'm not a person knowledgeable about Pana. I don't want anything to do with it. But I will laugh at it. It's a dumpster fire, and I laugh at dumpster fires. And I see it, and I go, oh, that's a big one. I'm sorry for people who like Pharaoh, though. Because they didn't deserve such treatment. But oh boy, is it bad. Solution was to build 4 shrines around each creature. Yeah, our solution is, you know, don't play the cursed game and go play the original instead, because it's better in almost every way. Just a suggestion, you know. We don't want anything too radical. Okay, did we build another overseer? Scribe, no. Okay. We've got one overseer, yeah. So he's doing statue work. Now we should switch him to pyramid construction. And we should open the trade route soon. to import more sandstone. This is still being built as well. Yeah, 40 bricks are being carried here. Let's go ahead and activate the fine limestone quarry. These are not stuck, by the way, they are visiting the graves. That's how that works. A lot of farms. We actually are running low on villagers on the map, but not quickly. There's a lot of population actually. So I think our next thing is gonna be going for a lot of laborers here, if we can. Because the more laborers we have, the faster monument construction is gonna go. So this is rather important. Might need some more shops. Go with it. Ocean site, okay. That's a new quarry for fine limestone. We'll get it soon. I'll build another small pyramid, I guess. And yeah, we definitely want more laborers. There are enough villagers to kind of fill this, I think. And we should be getting plenty of food, hopefully. I need to check my objectives again. Maintain large noble population, 10 of the estates luxury, large estates, circumnavigate Africa, maintain, build all enhancements for a palace. That's trivial, we have the palace thing. We need to get this going though, right? Lebanese shipwright. Creation of our fleet, we need cedar. So we need to start importing cedar from Lachish. Let's get Lachish going. They do buy a lot of food, unfortunately, which means that they will constantly be draining it from us. Lachish. Lachish. And Lachish. Otherwise, we already have the luxuries, the luxury townhouses as well. So we basically only need to focus on the objective. She should be able to do once we get these, you know, Empire Mat events done. You also still get a lot of statues, which I can't really use. We could build them, of course. Let's just see a lot of laborers coming to the city. Let's make more inundation fails is bad. Let's make a baker. And some more common goods. I don't have a shrine to him, so I'll build one. We'll be importing the cedar now. I'll let it run for a bit. I need to look at something. Doesn't hurt now. We can kind of run at high speed. We didn't even get attacked once. It's kind of interesting. I remember my cats, they can sleep whenever they want. Cats sleep a lot. They not only sleep, but they nap. Just like kind of lazing around, that's their way of life. It's not sleep per se, it's napping. It's like snoozing or whatever you would call it. Let me just check something real quick. Okay. So, laborers, let's take a look at it. We did let it run a bit. Yeah, we are building the pyramids. Nice. So, stuff. I'm waiting on the timber. So I'll have to wait a little bit. Crocodile. This is literally Florida, like gators in the streets. Hey Koyoshi, welcome. What flavor am I smoking? I don't usually do flavors. Like, I'm okay with whatever. I even like non-flavored liquid. But I'm getting, this is forest fruit right now. It's like a common flavor. But I'm not like a fiend for flavors. Flavor, great. It's misery, pain, and soul. That's what it is. It's the tears of the victims of my maps. I collect them and then smoke them. This person is upset. What is this? Ma'a. Well, we have transferred two of these people. The fact you couldn't get to it is not my problem at all. We could get more priests if we had more statues. A lot of bricks as well. I might build another sphinx. Is the Green Devil also legal soon in CZ? No. Do you want to legalize it in Germany? I guess so. You have a liberal government. Ours is also conservative, but it's actually liberals. But they don't dare do that. They actually recently went ahead and banned another kind of Green Devil, because there were some kinds that were technically not containing the one chemical compound that was the illegal part. So now they're expanding it instead to ban more of it. Should start in April, but I doubt it. Be that early. I don't know. In here it's only legal for very specific medical reasons. And it's not even, like, usually it's ointment, not really smoking it. Our pharaoh is gonna die soon, which could be pretty bad. Very inundation. Oh, let's hope we can get this pyramid done relatively soon. You are even allowed to grow up to like 5 plants at home or something. Okay. Question is, do you need that as a society? But you never solve it, I think. Because it's always gonna be a demon of society, basically, where people will... Some people will still abuse it because they don't know what to do with themselves, and then they will cause problems. Like with the Green Devil specifically, the problem is people don't know that it can last in your system for like a week. So you go and drive, and if you drive and you have this, it's still gonna be a crime. Because you're not, it's like alcohol, you're not allowed to drive while you are under influence, okay? So that's a problem. Same as people who do other kind of things. They often don't realize, like, oh yeah, I was on a party and I didn't realize it was like 2 days ago. Yeah, like, still kind of, you know, is there. Of course, it might not be influencing you in much way. That's why lab results are a thing. Like, they'll take your blood and then they will analyze it and say, oh, how much did this person have in them, and could it have influenced their actions? If no, then you are free of all charges. But you need to realize you had to stop and then go with the police to the hospital to take the blood. You had to do explanations. You had to leave the car somewhere that day. All these things you have to do, you know, is a problem, which you didn't have to have at all. It's mental health support, and you know, Karen, you have several steps close to solving drug alcohol issues. Yeah, that's Calix is right. Absolutely. Because a lot of that is like escape from problems, and since well, in society, like you have level of acceptance, but a lot of people are like afraid or don't know how to speak out against things, and especially things like domestic violence and things like that can lead to a lot of these issues. Same with youth, of course. There's like a specific problematic there. Drunk drivers, I know, did not do it because of mental health. Drunk drivers, no. It's correct, but again, domestic violence victims or even perpetrators or other people like that, you've got youth problems with that, you've got people who try to escape from the daily grind, you've got, you know, that's a significant part of the population as well. And that's actually like what is causing a lot of it. The drunk drivers, that's gonna always happen. I don't think you can regulate it, because it's just, you know, it's a thing that needs to be stomped hard, and then eventually the people will be afraid of doing it, and then it's gonna be fine. Well, fine, it's still gonna happen, but it's gonna happen less, okay? That's the only way to solve it, or solve it too. It's, you never win. It's sort of, how would you call it? Well, it's a constant struggle, okay? It's never gonna go away truly. What happened last if you had some form of alcohol restriction for offenders? Yeah, If it was actually required for you to be like clear to buy it, sure, but you realize that like you can make alcohol? Like, dude's gonna go and buy some fruit and some brewing vats and just gonna make his own stuff. You know, that's also highly illegal and dangerous, by the way. But like, it would force people into doing that, meaning that there is more danger and more crimes being committed than if you know. It's a complicated thing. That's why governments have a hard time solving these kind of things. But just being like, oh, we are liberal and allowing everything is also not really an option. Like, I don't think that's really a solution either. Dangerous, not so much. Illegal, yes. Yeah, I mean, if you know how to do it, yes, it is fairly safe. And of course illegal, because government doesn't want you to be able to make your own stuff like that. Because it profits highly off of alcohol and cigarettes. That's like its big selling point. That's why government wants to legalize the Green Devil, by the way, because they want to make money out of it. They don't care about, they're like, oh, we are nice. No, of course not. I don't condone or suppose drunk high driving. No, absolutely not. I don't think I've said anything that would indicate that either, but of course not. My favorite would be a special drug passport. You can only buy, and you can only buy with it, and harsh punishment if sellers don't check. Right. I mean, it could work. Like, of course, there needs to be a level of government control, right? Of course. But how extreme and, like, this is a complicated issue. I don't feel qualified talking about it either, really. So I don't know. Proof. Yeah. Again, it's not hard to make booze. It's just, again, you need to know how to do it. And then also government hates it because, of course. But it's one of the oldest practices, you know, of humankind, so can't really ban that shit. So people will still make it. Sometimes here, like, you've got the thing where people bring it to a distillery and let it be distilled there instead. And it's like a, you know, they grow their own fruit and they let it be processed in a plant rather than at home. You can, but you can distill cleaning alcohol, yeah, for sure. Even if it's not safe for drinking, for sure. Bertel says, I'm fine with them making money, I just want to get hammered once every 5 years. But you can do that right now, I'm sorry, but the fact something's illegal doesn't mean it's physically impossible. I know it's hostile to Germans, but the fact something is written in the book does not mean you cannot physically do it. It just means you shouldn't be seen doing it. That's how it works. And I'm not like advocating for it. I'm just saying there is no physical force field around it, okay? You could still do it. Of course it's a bad idea. You should not do it. But you could. Okay? Death penalty for violations. Oh. Be dropped off my grandparents and she was like 99 years old, picking dandelion greens to fry with some bacon grease. It's kind of hassle to talk to weird people. Otherwise I could just go into the shop and get this stuff. Yeah. I get it. But at the same time, do you need it? Like from a point of a customer, let's say. Like, wouldn't you rather just... Maybe it's like you should be allowed to, perhaps, I don't know. I don't feel like it's really that great. And from like, let's talk experience, okay? So I never liked it. I did, when I was in high school, I did try it. Actually, we smoked a bit, but I never liked it. And then I know people who I've known from very early age who went with me to freaking kindergarten, and I've known them as people for a long time. They've been on it for like forever, even now. And I go and visit my home city where I come from and talk to them, and it's like the short-term memory loss is so apparent. Long-term consumption of it is absolutely detrimental. Yeah, I mean, whatever floats your boat, I guess. Like, there's multiple ways, right? But the effects on the brain is definitely a thing. Like, it's not just, you know, naysayers doing it or anything. I've seen physical evidence of it because it's my friends, it's people I know. And they've just completely changed. Yeah, for sure. Which is if you think about it, it's really bad. Because wouldn't you want smart people in our society? Well, I mean, I understand why it's illegal. From all these perspectives, yeah, I do. So I'm actually not like an advocate for legalizing it. Nothing fun makes you smarter. That's not... Is that true? Do we have like a life wisdom there? Maybe. Caution against use when younger. For alcohol as well, don't mess with your brain when your brain is still developing. No bueno, yeah. For sure, Sam is right. Not sure about like the effects later, but yeah, of course. But that's where most people get into it, is naturally in their young age when they're still developing, okay? That's how it happens. It's like, yeah, you can say that people can't buy it when they are this age or whatever. Did it stop you? Did it stop me? No. Of course not. Once it's illegal for the populace, they'll get the hang of it. Somehow. Fucking old, so it's not an issue. Yeah, well. Again, I would not advise to legalize, but everyone can think for themselves. I'm not saying what you should think, and maybe you have some arguments that I don't, and that's fine. But for me personally, I'm not an advocate for it, for legalizing it. I was too cheap to save that. When I got older, I was still cheap. There is a reason I homebrew, right? No, yeah, all the power to you. I mean, I would not want to bother with it. I'm like, I drink so little that for me it doesn't matter, really. But, you know, if you consume fair amount, it's probably worth it. Really bad. That's not great. Okay, let's make this for Pharaoh, yes. So put a small pyramid. That's nice. Where's the tomb? This. Let's allow nobles. And then we build this thing. Let's see. I need a cedar. Do I have the cedar? I can do biblos as well. It's food, but okay. We need biblos site. Need that cedar. Need it bad. Biblos and biblos. And we've got some cedar, 15, yeah. Can I order my overseer to gather it? Is the question. What is this? Osiris. This is an Osiris shrine. Overseer. Yeah, there is no stuff. Alright. They're both. There's some really good homemade liquor though. Yeah. It's usually the case where, you know, these it's a cultural thing here in the South Bohemia, like South Bohemia, Moravia especially, is almost everyone has their own batch, but they do it in, usually it's government sanctioned with a distillery doing it, but they gather their own fruit and everything. But like, you can't just, you know, there are people who run stills here and you can get a permit for it, and some do, and it's really good, but the people who break the law, there have been cases of explosions as well as poisonings from, you know, if you make wood liquor basically. So like, yeah, but also, yeah, as with everything, it's kind of hard to comment on it. Looking forward to trying Dubroman mead. Buddy from Renfair brought me some homemade absinthe and that kicked like a mule. Most homemade liquor is just putting fruit in a high percentage spirit, yeah. This was a double imperial stout aged in a year. Yeah, an old dude in a village, which we called the Druid, because he made the best self-made booze. Second step, some liquor out of it. Bourbon barrel aged pumpkin stout, and it was amazing. Polish absinthe. With the good stuff in it. It's green fairy in more ways than one, I guess. I will want that. That's like Witcher territory. You know, that's like Witcher. The normal person drinks it, they are dead. It's like, you need this, use this for a potion base. Make Witcher potions out of it. So what are we doing? We are getting the cedar wood. We need to wait. 43 is good. Should wait for some more. Wood only makes you hallucinate a little. Yeah. I mean, it's part of absinthe, and in the doses that it's used in absinthe, it actually doesn't. That is actually a thing about... Do you know about the absinthe ban that happened 1920s? Drunk away bad spirits. Not sure if there are any good spirits. It's like with mushrooms in where I come from. In Trutnov, the forests actually do produce hallucinogenic mushrooms. Can you imagine that, as I talked about earlier, I know some friends who I've grown up with. Yeah, some of them also do that, and it's not good. We should not talk about it though. Gives more of a euphoric drunk, right? Yeah, I mean, surely. It has some form of effect, but with the absinthe, it's... Absinthe actually is not supposed to be drunk like pure as well. I'm sure you know, there's a glass for absinthe. You let it kinda... Do you have sort of like an alchemical sort of thing that you should have it in, and then you drip the absinthe through a sugar cube into your water. In a glass that's special, or sorry, you drip water through a sugar cube into the absinthe. Yeah, that's how it works. We did the Holy Grail stuff where they just let all these shrooms grow into a wooden chalice and then drink out. That sounds awful. Let's not talk about drugs. Why do we talk about this today? Such a bad topic for Twitch. Twitch hates this. I don't mind it, but I'm sure Twitch is not gonna like it. YouTube either. Autosave. 50 wood. Need more wood. Twitch prefers to talk about ad breaks. Yes, of course. It constantly bitches at me that I should run ads, by the way. So it wants to make more money. Bezos wants to make more money. That's why it bitches at me. Oh, you could make more money. Yeah, I make like almost nothing already. So what is a small percentage increase of nothing? It's still nothing and it annoys people. So like, that doesn't make any sense. All that matters is you come to hang out. If I start to annoy you with things, then it's not gonna work. Koyoshi says, a former friend put some mushrooms honey in my tea without telling me once. It was an interesting experience, wasn't too happy with him. That sounds awful. I would not be a friend with that person anymore. Maybe seem too harsh, but no, like if that would happen to me, I would not be friends with them anymore. That seems like a very dangerous and awful thing to do to a person you call friend. But you know, I guess it speaks to your quality as a person that you didn't spa. But I would. Yeah, okay. That makes sense, I think. I think it's reasonable to say, like, if that happens, then, you know, that's a really bad thing to do to a friend. Or anyone, really, but, like, especially someone you know. It's... Of course, you shouldn't do it to anyone else who you don't know either, but, you know. Some people just have dumb ideas. How many viewers would you realistically need for making a living out of Twitch? I don't know. That's why I need to do multiple things. Probably a lot on Twitch. So I'm doing YouTube. I'm making one video per day. So that's a lot. But I focus on Caesar things. So after I run out of that, we'll see what I make. Because the other stuff hasn't been very popular. Caesar is. But that's because of Caesar, not because of me, I think. So it's kind of hard. But yes, so preferably I need YouTube, because that gives me a reliable ad income, as opposed to Twitch, which relies on being a vampire and just kind of, you know, begging people for money, which I don't want. But its streams is interactive media, which a lot of people enjoy, especially when they want to talk to me about something. So like, we are playing a game, yes, but it's more like almost like Q&A half of the time. And that's fine, you know. I also make projects on the side, like all the custom scenarios I enjoy making greatly. It's my passion. That's what I like. But if I want to keep doing it, I need to diversify. Flandata says, I'm back, just in time for food discussions. Is it? Mushrooms is food, but these kind of mushrooms are not food. If you get over, like, you know, oh, I'm stuffed with these kind of mushrooms, you die. Amazon as a whole became mostly unusable for me. I always knew the time would come, but I thought it would be later. This is Fred's confirm. I don't blame you. I'm picky with what companies I support, but that has nothing to do where I am right now. Because I don't have choices. This is just a most common marketplace. I'm in the marketplace right now. I'm not in Twitch as a Twitch friend, as a buddy of this thing. No, it's a marketplace. It's the most accessible place I can go to. Okay, as to sell my product, which is entertainment in this case. Even though it might not seem like it half the time, this is supposed to be entertainment. Okay. For some reason we aren't anymore. Anyone ever had a pumpkin chiffon pie before? I don't even know what it is. How many TikToks do you make? I don't make any TikToks. I don't have... I have like other social media, but I don't use them generally. TikTok dancing with the darkness? That could work, yeah. But no, I don't do TikToks. Just normal YouTube, even though that's... I'm not like, this is gonna go to my archives channel, this stream. Even the discussion about the freaking drugs. But My second channel is like my main channel, is where I make videos, which is stuff you don't see here. Stuff I make, like edited content. And that's what has potential to actually make me have some money eventually. But it's a very competitive environment, and so unfortunately if you didn't jump on the train soon enough, like I'm coming late, and now everyone already has their channel they watch for various things, and so it's really hard to appeal to anyone or like get any sort of attention, even with a lot of time and effort invested into those videos, because people who are already there had years to develop their channel, as well as pay an editor and learn and do all the things, and so they can make high effort content very easily and cheaply, while for me it's a very time consuming process, and I have to do it if I want to compete, because it's for free. Everything's free on YouTube. You could just go there and watch the thing from the person who makes the best product, right? Why wouldn't you? Why would you come and watch some sort of scrub who doesn't know what he's doing? That's it's not a problem, that's a marketplace, right? Problem is with that is that it's not entirely fair, as well as how the algorithm works as well, right? Because I have to choose a very specific niche things if I want to get any sort of gravitas, and even then it's then relying on the YouTube to actually recognize this thing is what these people want, and so I'm gonna serve it to them. And YouTube has recently developed a new stratagem, which is, oh, pay me money and I'll promote your videos. Yeah, that's like not really worth it. I don't think I would ever pay them money for this, but you could maybe perhaps even get ahead, but I don't believe in quick gains like that. I don't think it's a scam, but it's definitely not a good deal. Either you make something worthwhile or you don't. There's no in between really. Or there's in between. The in between is learning how things work. Sam says, I mean, you could get calories from them, from the mushrooms. Yeah, that's correct. You could, but you stuff yourself with the, oh, I stuffed myself with the magic mushrooms. You are dying. You will die, dude. It's like a little bit is strong enough. You don't need to stuff yourself with that. You took away my Prime sub. Twitch? Oh, sorry, the Amazon. That's right. YouTube Shots Dancing with the Darkness. Yeah. I was actually thinking about that. Just, select a stream and find Darkness and make him into a shorts. But I don't want to cultivate that sort of audience or content, really. I know it's a bit picky or whatever, but I just don't feel like that would really lead anywhere, because people who would hang out for that would then want stuff like that, and I'm just not like that. I did try Farthest Frontier, yes. Didn't really like it. Magic Part is really poisoning you. Will you replay the Conquered campaign anytime soon? I'll enjoy that. Maybe. But I want to give it time, because other people still haven't played it in its entirety yet, and I feel like we wouldn't necessarily gain anything from just repeating what we did already. Yeah, Children of the Nile, I like them. It's a good game, even though, again, I talked openly about what I think about it, and I wouldn't say it's like amazing, but for how old it is, I wouldn't say it's terrible. Half of the game feels like it could use massive improvements though. I could already have ideas how to improve it. If I was able to properly mod, I would do it. You could make this game so much better with a modern perspective and progression and all that, They took away Prime subs. Did they completely took it away from everyone? I didn't know that. Sam says, that said, I watch content not because of production value, but content value. If the information isn't useful or interesting or impactful, I'm not going to watch it. Most mass appeal content is lowest common denominator. One size fits non-garbage. I'm not certain, so I'm a contrarian, so mileage may vary. You and I have very similar perspectives on things. I'm very picky with what I watch, but I also do like to watch something that actually gives me either information or pushes me into, you know, thinking about something from this different perspective. Not just mass production, as you say, you know, to fit the foot, you need to make the shoe as wide as possible, basically, where your content cannot be too complicated or in-depth, because then it wouldn't really appeal to most people who would want to watch it. That's a bad approach. I do also kind of do that with, like, the recent video with walkers. I'm not gonna tell you absolutely everything, because it's insane and a lot of people would really not be able to comprehend it. What I want is people to learn something. That's the content on the main channel. Is my goal is for each person to leave that video with a feeling or a realization or a fact that they learned something and improved as a player in Caesar, okay? And that's what the Caesar videos are for. That's the same why I make the There Are Billions videos. They also are for that, and I do know that some people improve just by, you know, taking a look, like, I struggled with this, let's take a look, and they see how it's done, and that's good. But it's not just that's gonna work, because problem is, this kind of stuff is like skill-based, right? And there's only a limited thing, like, amount of things I'm good at. And so eventually, what is gonna happen, I'm gonna be forced to play something like this game. I don't know this game, I don't actually know it much at all. I know other city builders, but it's not the same. So I'm outside of my, like, familiar territory, meaning that I don't feel like I'm playing too well, not even when I'm actually focusing on the game a lot and not on chat. Still, I feel like that kind of content is kind of short-sighted, because eventually you end up in a situation where you can't produce new stuff easily without recycling garbage, or, you know, trying to, yeah, sort of things like that, like Zach, right? Zach, like, played the vanilla campaign, like, for the 5th time, even though, like, people will watch it, but you know you are recycling garbage at that point, you know, because there's, like, nothing to it. Something else. Well, yeah, that's that's about it. I've talked enough, I think. At least you build pyramids in this game. The medium ones are still huge. Usually just start with a couple of tiny ones. Yep, yeah, absolutely. I'm building a small one right now. I wanted to build a large one on the previous map, and just that didn't really work out. It took too long. This would also take too long. I have 35 levers, which means I should get 3 more. But that's also pretty good, because our monument construction should go pretty well with this amount of laborers. And it is. They are constantly bringing stuff. Planetza says, we need a planning session. We need to turn Marek into Central European Stephen He. What? I do not want to become a government, no. I would not even want to be in politics. Because, you know, that's what Caesar said. Not about politics, but about being in government. That's how you get them. Yeah, it's the shadow scheme. No, of course not. I was actually thinking about maybe I should go into politics, like, earlier in life, but too salty for that environment. It's also ruined my character, I'm sure. Still time, no. It's not. Need more soul. No, I say what I think, and that's a problem. I also have a problem because, like, I shouldn't do that here either. But it's even more so a problem in politics. Koyashi says your city content has helped me a ton. It wasn't a scrap, but my gameplay needed some improvements. That's great to know. I do enjoy hearing about that. I've heard a lot of people say that, and that's what brings me joy. To, you know, generally be responsible for many people realizing new things and improving and innovating and making better, nicer, bigger, better cities because of understanding the game better. Because the game itself doesn't explain itself very well. Even if you do read the manual for Augustus, it also doesn't necessarily do everything. Between 30. I'm 30, exactly, actually. So, like, politics could be a thing. Anno 1800, yeah, that as well, like, it's a deep game. And the tutorial is like, you need to play the campaign, but the campaign is... I wouldn't say it's great. Things. Yeah, politics, like, could, but it ruins character. Because, again, you need to not say what you think. And I'm not about that life. Yeah, and also with politics, you kind of get more gravitas if you've actually done a job before. So that's what matters a lot to a lot of people. If you are a bred politician, like not bred like a piece of bread, but born and raised politician where you never did a job, people tend to look down on you like, oh, what do you know about life? Why do you have a say in society, right? And that's correct, I would say the same thing. But, you know, that's because I'm, in essence, again, I could not really do politics, I don't think. 90% of politicians nowadays. Yeah. You're not wrong, but there is no merit in it then, because these people don't know what they're doing. Because all their fancy titles and schools don't teach them what is the struggle of the common man and what people want, and the fact that power of the state comes from the people. It doesn't exist by itself. If people rise up or they are not there, the power of the state would not exist. The state would not exist without its people. And that's why government is supposed to look after its people and not after itself. Well, after itself to be able to service the people, but if it's on the detriment of the populace, then you have some issues. Unfortunately, that's how modern governments work. They are a parasite, basically. The actual benefits to society are relatively limited in terms of like what government actually gives you or provides. Of course, there are services and such, but that doesn't necessarily translate to direct government control. And no, just you want to trigger me, and you've succeeded. I'm gonna tell you that, and so I'm not gonna read that because I don't want to even say those horrible things because I'm not a fucking communist and I despise them. So let's not talk about that. Just consider us the world's police. We spend all our money on military. Yeah, that's another thing. The U.S. politics, not just military, but like subversive elements. US is actually spending a ludicrous amount of money on supporting the European left, and has been doing it forever, by the way. So like, yeah, if you are a leftist, I'm sorry, but you are not a rebel against the government. You are the government, essentially. You're supporting what they want to do. So that's why a new generation that's like, kinda, now you have, you know, Zoomers. Some of them actually are not leftists. Which is surprising because a lot of the time, like before the fall of communism, my father, for example, he's been punk, okay, and so like a lot of it was left, of course, and he kind of kept that kind of, you know, viewpoint up to today's day and age, and I do kind of get it, but also a lot of it was bred from the kind of environment that he grew up with, and that's gone now, even though it's complicated. So, you know, again, we are talking about things we probably shouldn't be talking about on Twitch. Cost-benefit index of governance goes down. It does, especially when it spends on dumb garbage or things that actively hurt the society, you know. I would be kind of okay with garbage, but they spend things that are actively hurting people who they are supposed to be protecting, and that's where the line is, okay? If it's just useless, then at least you can do adjustments. If it's hostile, well then, what can you do about that? It's crazy how communism is making movement in the US. I don't. That's so ridiculous. Yuri Bezmenov would be very proud of what KGB has achieved after so many years of, after this the Soviet Union has collapsed. Their program is very well and good. It lives by itself because of how they designed it, and it works. It's just ridiculous that we have this information and you can find the sources and everything, and people still believe that garbage. Being useful idiots. Yeah. I'm sorry for it though. I am, because these people are misguided, but they are basically putting themselves in the shoes of the enemy, because communism and socialism in general is the ideology that killed the most people on this planet. But that is not even a competition, okay? It killed literally the most people on this planet. Even if we were to not count the Chinese, for example, it's still the most. So like, I'm sorry, but supporting such an ideology is hostile to humanity, and I cannot really say I agree with that. And if I see someone like that in my country, I'll always vehemently stress my disagreement with it, because it's bad, really bad. Hot tub streamer, yeah. Oh, dude's doing it? Oh no. I was thinking it's a woman thing. Kinda understand, I guess. But yeah, I'm not doing a hot tub stream, I'm sorry. Part of the reason is I don't own a hot tub, but the other part is I'm not a degenerate, so I will not do it. Should call it by the name. Sexism. The Americans are only think with their feelings, not logic. Yeah, it's a problem. But it's a fault of the system, I think, because it breeds such people. Because it wants consumers. It does not want. It does not want competitors in the marketplace that it created. That there is a marketplace with not just jobs and your abilities, but also there's a political marketplace, because political parties vie for influence with people through arguments, and you have several ways to approach it. We currently in the West, or generally, we've abandoned the idea of rhetorics, and so you really don't have a rhetorical discussion that would be guided by, as it was invented, the ancient authors and people who were really given it a lot of thought, appealing to certain emotions or like thereof. Máme mluvit česky? Dobře, takže úplně zničíme to, o čem teďka mluvíme. Začneme mluvit česky. Je mi jasný, že mi všichni rozumíte, takže... Co budeme dělat? Náš faraon zemřel, což není moc dobře. Podíváme se, kde je pohřbený. Vypadá to, že ho pohřbili v Malé pyramidě. Máme tady ještě tu velkou, ale ta se pořád staví. Takže se koukneme na mastaby. Tyhle mastaby nikdo zrovna není. A je konfigurovaná pro faraona. Dobře. Máme spousta cihel a jídla, ale chybí nám dřevo. Jo, potřebujeme trošku víc dřeva. I think the minute has passed, so I can speak normal language again. Lebanese shipwright. We need 12 more wood. That's what we are waiting on, so let's go ahead and wait for that. Reaction stream 1. Should make politics stream with Mordkalp. Yeah, the leftist? Surely. You would love it. No, I actually like him as a friend and as a person, but I don't like his politics. But that doesn't mean we are, we need to be hostile towards each other. It feels like today a lot of people feel that way, where you disagree with someone politically and it means that you cannot even talk or respect each other in any other way. That's not what I feel. I feel sorry for people who follow heavily misguided either religions or even political affiliations, but it doesn't mean I hate them. It's just, again, makes me sad that we cannot pull for one rope and make this, you know, into something that's worth living in and for, instead of what it is currently, where you just kind of slow decline, which is the worst kind of decline. At least if it's quick, you can kind of fight back. If it's slow, then just kind of creeping closer. I'm open to discussion, but I also know a lot. I don't want to sound arrogant, but I would say I know more about most things than most people. And so it's kind of hard to convince me unless you have like really good arguments. But I'm always open to arguments. Because I'm not a degenerate is one of my all-time favorite Marek answers. And so it should be. We should have more options for other languages. I don't speak other languages. If you want me to speak squiggles, I can't. Yeah. We should stop talking about politics though. I think it's been enough, but you know, even this is maybe slightly too much for Twitch, but I like talking about it. It's just that I know that excessive amounts of it is bad. So was the discussion about drugs. I know you guys really want to talk about relevant things, and I do feel it. Because I've told you what I think, that's the best I can do, but just know we are in the marketplace on Twitch, which means that we are kind of supposed to, you know, do other things. No, they won't pull the video, but they might stop my income. You know, like not monetize me. They would also, they could shadow ban me for things like this. YouTube as well. So like even saying this, what I just said, shadow ban, is a thing that if you say, you might be in trouble because there is no shadow removal. What are you talking about? It doesn't exist. No, of course not. What is the best color for the house? Depends. If it's an Egyptian house, I would say brown because it's easy to procure. If it's a modern house, I would say probably dark blue, so it doesn't show dirt very easily or like, you know, being a bit degraded. But also it would kind of stand out, I guess. But you don't want white, because that's awful. That gets really muddled really quickly. Yellow is similar. Black. Getting roasted in the summer. Yeah. Also, that would probably show some sort of like debris quite easily, right? It's called insulation. Yeah. Bezos will seize Marek and make him build 9x9s. Yes, don't throw me into the 9x9 mines. That's why we stopped talking about it. We've opened the shipyard. We need to wait now. This is getting done, which is nice. We should build another pyramid. I'm gonna do a small one. Multiply, right. I would have to see that, but I've seen some that are like dark, for sure. Depends what you're after, I guess, and what kind of climate you live in, as well. What is better protection against heat? Yeah, for sure. Again, depending on where you live, that might be more or less impactful. It's a random pyramid in the neighborhood. It's not random, okay? Because this city has been grown to build the pyramids, and when the pyramids are done, we move on. That's how life works, right? Foreign relations begin. Let's make the game crash. Oh, it's okay, it didn't crash. Show me all the things. It doesn't have a control limit, that's impressive. For, you know, being 20 years old. Some people are very upset. I see like 2. barely survived bubonic plague. Hathor, okay. Yeah, I mean, I can give them an entertainer. That's okay. And probably a thing. An apothecary. Oh, this is bad. Okay. Let's build it here. Ours is like English weather. Now if you were in Texas, no thank you, yeah. Amenhotep, did you just notice the big pyramid right beside your garden? Yeah. Pharaoh? It's fine. It's gonna take a while to build it, but they are building it. What is the best color inside houses? Wouldn't you want a variety? I would say white is the most universal. Black. Yeah, because brutality likes metal. I also like metal, but I'm also not, you know... I would say we should be conservative. Still dark. Yeah. Black walls with dark green accent walls. Okay. I would say white. That's what we have, and I do feel like you look at it and it's not an eyesore and it's kind of refreshing. Green is good for your brain, because as humans we are still kind of having that little bit of an animal in us, where seeing nature and things that grow gives you comfort. And you don't realize it, but if you don't see green for a long time, it will actually kind of limit your brain's pleasure receptors a bit, because we are so used to seeing things in nature, and now we are just not getting enough of that, because you know, usually you don't see much green if you like work in our office all the time and then go home. You might not see a tree in like a whole day. So if you live in a city, of course. So green is good, but it's also like awful for, you know, like it looks weird. But from like a practical standpoint, green is good. I'll post a picture on Discord. Light gray is huge over here right now, right? Only see red. One color, agreeable gray, absolutely awful. It's like the argument with Rimmer. It's like the military gray and navy gray. What kind of color do you want the corridor painted? What does pšenice mean? It's kind of grain. I'll have to find which translation it is. Okay. So I'm sorry, I feel like sometimes I don't speak Czech too often anymore, apart from like to Kate. Wheat, yeah, but like, is it another kind of wheat? I don't know. Pšenica. It's probably wheat. Wheat, yes. Pšenica is wheat. So pšeničná is wheat beer. So you're having the new one from the package? That's good. I don't speak Czech. No, I do. It's just that like I don't speak it on like a regular basis as much anymore, because you need to realize like most things I do is in English right now, and it's been like that for like a year plus. So my brain is kind of switching. Like if I live in another country almost. Beer is called Weizen and the pšenica is below, so I would figure that. Weizen is like white, right? White beer, like, you know, white, not white. It's a fair beer, and then you have the from what kind of ingredient is the main thing, and it's a wheat beer. So, we click the button. What does the button mean? Ascalon. Circumnavigation of Africa, yes. We need food. Okay. Sure, we can wait for a harvest. It's different from German one, at least in taste. I mean, that's good, isn't it? So that you had something new. That's what we wanted. I would say probably most German beer is different from the ones here, even the commercial ones. But I'm not an expert. Some of the things I know very little about, actually. Just usually like, oh, this is Czech, surely he knows a lot about beer. Well, no, actually. Couldn't worship Osiris. I'm gonna build a new shrine just because people are bitching at me. Grand obelisk from circumnavigation. That's good, but we'll win once it's done, and that's what we are after. Is to win. I feel this game is not about winning though, like the winning of the scenario is kinda on the sidelines a lot of the times because there are no many challenges. You just kind of build a city. I drank Littleville recently. Alright. I don't even know that's a beer. You're my northern neighbor? This is coercion. No, the British is German, I think. So, and I think you're from the US. So, unless I have that wrong, I don't think so. It's a journey, not a destination. Yeah, that's what I thought about the game. It feels like that for sure. Canadian is Calix. I'm not sure if Calix is still around. Yeah, Calix is here. Good. I'm gonna check something in the meantime. This game can comfortably run on the sidelines, by the way, which is one of the good things. Oh, sorry, but I'm back. Okay, good. We are gonna win this map soon. We've been playing it for ages. But it's been kind of, you know... I enjoy the game, but it definitely lacks some... challenge or input, you know? Like, it's a good game to kind of keep on the back burner here while I do something else. But, yeah, like, I enjoyed the talk. We talked a lot, which is good. And this is the last mission. Once we win this, the game is done. I could play the medium and hard difficulties maps. I haven't played those ever. So we could do that, but I will give you a poll afterwards. Well, we have 14 viewers. It's not gonna get higher than this. Let's go ahead and get the poll done. Because it's pretty much a certainty. We will win this. Get it rolling for 5 minutes, that's fine. We have some time. We have the food. Let's click the button. If I click it, we might win immediately, so I will just do it after I return. I will just take a very quick break. It's gonna be a minute. My cats say that I don't really taste good. My cats want some food, I think. They're annoying me. We'll have to get them some more food. They got some, but they are always hungry. Darkness is sitting here staring at me. Alright. Am I enjoying the game? I mean, I don't hate it, but it's ultimately what you want. I don't necessarily want to influence the poll much. I just kind of want to see what people think. But I know it's really hard to like make an educated decision on it. But it's dangerous and delicious. But also US is also on my list, but mostly East Coast. Generally scared of the South somewhat. So yeah, East Coast makes sense. I think I would be scared of the West Coast, but I also don't plan to visit the US. My mother did. Like, it's a long time ago, but yeah, the furthest I've got ever from like on a vacation, I was in Greece several times, and then in Anatolia in Turkey. It's like the furthest I've got. I don't know about the West Coast, just know the memes of the South redneck. Every country has rednecks. But yes, I mean, I don't doubt they are real. And they probably wouldn't want you intruding on their stuff either, you know? So I would actually say, like, if I was to go to the US, I would not mind visiting the South at all. We've seen enough. Fair point. I agree. Also, navigation probably when someone's property accidentally gets shot and blasted off. Washington has awesome types of landscapes. California is awful, Oregon's pretty. Our rainforest is in the peninsula are breathtaking. I do believe that. I think US has a lot of really beautiful nature. So does Canada, as colleagues said. It's also huge compared to Europe. In here, land is really not as viable or like available as in the US. It's bigger than you might think. And it's also like a lot of it is inhabitable. Even the grasslands and all that, it has so many biomes in it. It's a really diverse landscape from like the nature point of view. But of course you have deserts as well. You've got mountains which are like super rugged, like Rockies or Appalachians. But I don't really know. I never was in the US. But interesting. If I was to visit, I would probably be interested in nature more so than the civilization. That's just me. Another pyramid completed. So it's gonna happen. Or do we click the thing? I guess click it. Might have to click things. Go visit Kate's friend in Whistler. Oh yeah. But that's like a, you know, again, there's a economic reason for not doing it, and then there is also it's like convenience factor of doing it as well. I would say if we do have vacation this year, we probably will have to do something in Czechia instead. Still scared of Marek though. He'll will overpower me and make me play season 3. Oh yeah, you are like, you probably live within like 2 hours or 2.5 hours from here. I would not doubt that. But I'm not Austrian, so I'm not gonna lock you in my basement. It's fine, you can come here. Nothing is threatening you. I have the device ready. The basement is fully equipped. Chains, an old school computer, the original CD of Season 3, and a lot of leather straps. Of course you'll have to play with like the old janky mouse and keyboard as well. It's like nothing works. The resolution is like 320, and yeah. That's the true way to enjoy seasons. So after you are done with that, we can have some Augustus, and then from that point on, life is gonna be good for the all 43 years that you will be living here until you escape. Lost the 2K population music for longer. The neighbors could hear it then. Probably not a good idea. Well, the over 7K population music, that's the most obnoxious one. The 2K population is actually good, I think. The worst one is the over 7K pop. I suppose if you make me wear a toga while I play, we could agree to something. Yeah. I do have a toga somewhere here, so, you know, nothing's off the table, I guess. As if you went on ski. We would love to travel to Ontario. Yeah, so a lot of winter activities like that. Pozdravím, barbar se tě najave. That's what the neighbors would hear. But you know, oh no, it's just some random German dude enjoying video games. Nothing to see here. Yeah. Skill. You drive through wilderness to get from major city to major city, much like Washington State. Someone's playing Season 3, yeah. It's just the natural sound of Season 3. George Washington is the 3-hour travel across the desert. Right. The ship. Why does the ship not work? But I'll have to wait. If we wait long enough, it's gonna happen. We've got so many bricks, but I don't feel like expanding the... We've built this really quickly, by the way. Like, really quickly. Build the chunkage. Unfortunately, the ramp spawned here, so it's pretty bad. Foreign relations begin. Our voyage reached Libya. Great. So now we have to click the button, right? Click it faster, harder, stronger. Okay. Cool and humbling. Never seen real desert. It'd be cool somewhat. I mean, yeah, like, I would like to see all the kinds of biomes if I visited the US, right? You don't want to just hang out in like one area. If I was to, again, visit, I would do it for the nature, more so than the cities. And then I would want to see like a variety. Imagine how many people died there in the last 5 centuries. Quite a few. The, you know, the trek across the US, the Oregon Trail. Some of the stories are quite heroic, especially Donner's Party, but even others, like even normal people had it so that like there's a good chance that someone from your party wouldn't make it. So usually the trail would be riddled with grave sites, because also like older people would depart and then sick people, you know, things like that. You also had some child mortality and stuff like that. I'm dumb, I forgot about the fact the US isn't that old yet. Yeah. I mean, no, you might say that the natives also had their like burial sites or even like a warrior culture where they fought a lot as well. So perhaps you're not wrong. But of course the population density would have been much lower. Still babies.
Your prestige is rising.
Yeah, no, not necessarily, Koyashi, because the thing is, your people, your culture didn't just appear from the universe, like suddenly aliens came here and that's how US had, no. Your people are our people, from the cultural standpoint as well as, you know, with the societal advances and everything. It's just people who either were exiles or even wanted to be free from the government and things that were pretty bad here. So many reasons, also religious reasons why people left, but they carried with them a culture as well as, again, societal and all these advancements that were made here. It's not like, I would not agree with like some like, oh, US is like 300 years old, great. But not actually, because people who made the US happen were people who came from here, and so our history is your history. Therefore, you cannot really say that it's that short. There's a story how the settlers of a city in WA, is it Washington, forced the natives out of their land with a river in the valley into the desert, basically die. It's awful. Yeah, I can believe that. So there are other stories as well about the conflict with the natives, where the natives are also sometimes merciless though. So like, was some of the behavior warranted at the time? People looked at things a little differently, but you also had, even at the time, people actually didn't like the violence. The thing is, it's hard to apply our rules to things in history like this, and I would not say anyone in today's US current population should feel guilty for these things, because you didn't do this. Your far ancestors did it. Well, okay, great, but they also faced their own little, you know, their problems, and they had some form of reason for it. I'm not saying it's good action, definitely not, but it's judging a time which we cannot comprehend. And again, like, you're not guilty for any of this, so like, I know it's awful, but at the same time, there is a time to just let some things go. And this is probably one of those cases. It's good to learn about it, but don't feel guilty about it. It's not your fault. Okay. It's one of the things that today's culture, like the mass culture, pushes. Like, we should be guilty about all sorts of things. It's, you are not, you didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, I mean, you know, again, that's good. I just know that there are some people who suffer from that complex, which has been basically taught to them by the system, which I don't think is a healthy point of view on that. Yeah, I agree. Even the recent history, and we are talking, hearing that from a German is completely fine to me. Like, I don't see a problem with that. No issues at all. I think we should really not, you know, sins of your fathers are not your sins. So less, even less so if it's your grandfather's. And like, why do we have to be stuck on this, you know? Yeah, and it's even more prevalent now. That's I can't even read that comment well, really, but I agree with it. And not just agree with it, but it's omnipresent at this day and age. The thing is, it has an agenda. It's not just, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. And so these sorts of things are what hurts the society the most, I feel like. So we're made to hate ourselves, and that's how society basically fails. Because then your own people don't want to be part of it, or, you know, contribute to it, or even respect that we even exist, because people before us, even though they may have made some mistakes or questionable decisions, undoubtedly, but are you without sin? Are you without mistakes? No one is. You should hold off on judgments of people past, and more so about people who like judge people like Caesar, or, you know, ancient Romans, or whoever, ancient societies. I would say that we have no idea about how the mindset was at the time, really. What we do know is that even at the time, violence was abhorrent and a lot of people didn't like it. But things that we consider absolutely abhorrent were commonplace. Like, you know, taking prisoners of war and making them captives forever. Almost every ancient society looked at that as a normal thing. Today, of course not. But I don't think that should diminish the way we look at the history. Because, like, every society did it. So, like, if we want to learn something about it, maybe we should understand why they had such a viewpoint, you know? Instead of just looking at it, oh, bad, stupid. Yeah, but there's always more. Yeah, divide, of course. That's the left and right divide as well. I don't like, sometimes I'll tell you, like, oh, left or whatever. Yeah, but the thing is, left and right are actually just a created paradigm that the government invented in order to divide people so they can be better controlled, basically. That's all it is. It's just that it needs to feed one side or the other. Yeah. So, as I said before, I don't hate people I disagree with. The thing is, I would like them to see reason, or, you know, become people who are more educated in their, who they throw their support behind, because that's very important. It's your only right. And people take it for granted or make very bad decisions with it, and it's their right to do so, but at the same time, it is hurting society in general by doing it. Yeah, today's stream is like completely full out. I'm sorry if someone hates this, by the way. Like, I understand that it might not be up anyone's alley, but these things are really important. Because it goes into, like, who you are as a person, not just, you know, 1 year I vote for someone who offers me more benefit immediately and then I switch my vote. No, there are things that should not really be a crossable line. Yeah, no, it's not a problem. It's just that it happens more than I would like, because where we are. If Twitch was a free platform and I was not penalized for speaking about things such as this, I would not have a problem talking about it. But I don't think we can, really. Yeah, brutality, and I feel sorry for it, okay? I feel sorry for it. Because that's the last thing I'm gonna say, is that's what we see in Europe most, is that the blame on Italy and Germany for Second World War is immense. And of course, there were some really atrocious acts committed. I don't dispute that at all. At the same time, I do not think people today should be subjected to hatred for something they didn't have chance to influence at all. Like, that's not fair. And it's serving an agenda as well. Like, it's made for a reason, okay? So, like, that's what pisses me off, is that there is a reason behind that hatred, and it's not even the thing that they are pointing to, it's something else. And that's what makes me mad, because I don't feel like that's fair. And we should not really allow that in our modern society, yet we do see it. And each time I see it, it makes me cringe hard. My commander is, yeah, he's very upset. Let's click on him. He wants goods. Really? But he's not activating mortuaries. And then he wants Osiris. Well, I have 2 Osiris shrines. Perhaps more goods. Adequate. Many. Adequate. Many. He's just lazy. He doesn't want to collect his things. I'm sorry, dude, but like that's your only... He's gonna protest. I think she might be stuck. If his wife is stuck, then he cannot get goods ever. No, he has some stuff. That's strange. What are the mortuary? 3 days. Oh, we lost some educated workers, didn't we? This dude is providing mortuary services? Now it's active, okay. Perhaps we do more priests. We can. It's just a thing. Usually you would not do this, but why not? Let's get some funerary services and then we want some extra healthcare. Perhaps another for we can do some more religion. And we should make some more craftsmen. They're actually growing the villager population on the map, which is not usually what happens. It's just because I've been playing so slowly today that they've had a chance to grow. Usually you used all the population on the map and then kind of wait forever. Not so much this time. So we've been playing so slow. Get some more goods. And I also build... What is this? A new shrine? Looks pretty bad. Let's fix that. And an apothecary. And the shrine is gonna be to Osiris because they keep bitching about that. Need to fix it. Flying Dancer says, I love Jupiter today. I can get Pepsi at 1/3 price if I go to Germany. Booze is cheaper too. A lot cheaper, yeah. I think Scandinavia in general has the worst prices for booze or alcohol in general. But the stuff like vegetables is still more expensive compared to Denmark. Bridget says, I still think it's a valid choice to vote for money. It's not my kind of stuff, but I can understand the reasoning. Yeah, at least it's politics at its core. Like, I can kind of understand that someone's following their basic instincts and like, yeah, okay, fine. It's understandable. But, again, it speaks to not having a moral compass or a spine, and therefore... we should have really seen less, we should see less of this kind of behavior in modern society, yet we are kind of coming back to it. And there's something to be said about, I know we are coming back to politics again, but listen. Politics, in its core, is populism, basically. You follow and vote for someone who's offering you something. That's how stuff works in politics. You don't vote for someone just because they are someone, right? Unless it's monarchy, and that literally doesn't have voting. Politics inherently has a level of populism in it, yet we see populists being, it's an insult today. And yes, I kind of get it, and in many instances it might even be correct. Yet, you need to realize that populism is a part of politics, and that's how politics works like ever. So, just saying that it's all bad doesn't make sense, because essentially what you want is like, I want this person who I vote for to actually do what they say, and that's what you want, right? It's like, yeah, one thing is like making promises then not coming back to it, but that's, everyone's guilty of it. All the parties involved, like if you look at, recent elections or whatever. So I feel like this is like really a hard topic to get into, but I also think it's Not as complicated as a lot of people make it out to be, just because they mix in a lot of unrelated things. Worst prices for some stuff. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you even need a commander? Yeah, we don't need him, because this is no military map, somehow. I was thinking there is a military, but there isn't. But I still keep them, just because I can. There's only been one military map in this easy campaign, I think. You have good prices on garbage food, but quality pasta is $12 a bag, but cheap garbage is like 1.5. Yeah. That's junk food and fast food and all that, like very cheap. That's a consumer society, I guess. Like it's emphasized even in that. I think it permeates a lot of the spheres of life as well. Of course, food is gonna be part of it, right? At least you can still get like the good stuff, but if you need to pay outrageous amounts of money for it, it's really bad. Because then it makes people feeding this to kids because it's cheap. Fast food is expensive. 16 for a Big Mac meal. $16? That's a lot. It's more than here, I think. But your meals are bigger, I think. As well. It's like 6. Only the burger. No, this is a menu. The meal is a menu. So with menu is like 10 in Germany. I think in here it's like 190 crowns. Which like 420 is 100. So something like 9? 10 maybe? 12 for fries and Coke. Okay. Yeah, so I think it's more expensive, but also I think US meals are slightly bigger. At least when my mother visited the US, she showed me some pictures. It was a little bigger than what we have here. Drink under powder. Of course not. Haha, brew. Burger is 9. Right. Yeah. Germans had some funny chocolate back in those days. Yeah. We talk about Panzer chocolate when we play Wolfenstein. But I think it's also confused a lot because part of the German ration was chocolate, which was like a coffee chocolate with caffeine as well. So like there are two kinds of that thing. And yeah, it's kind of a meme at this point, but it's funny how every non-speaker says Panzer. How do you say it then? Chocolate coffee is amazing. I bet. It's dark chocolate as well, I think. Panzer. 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 Is that better? Okay. Takes a while again. That's because your letters don't sound like they are written, okay? I'm just gonna put it out there, but I think we are guilty of that as well. Yeah, maybe we should look into that too much. I think we're actually the bigger offenders of that. Are we looking? Is the thing done? No, they sailed to Libya, now they're gonna come back eventually, I think. So it's just like a timer thing. But the problem with that is like I don't really have much else to do. I could build a pyramid, but we are building one. It just takes forever. We have villagers. I guess we could make more laborers. You also got like shitload of statues, yeah. It's it's with filler and magnolia frieds never mold. Yeah. It's like here where you go to a store. Okay. You go to a store and you're like, oh, I want to buy this bottled water. And like the water is like 20 crowns, okay? And then you see there is beer and it's like the store-bought brand, like Deep. It's called Deep, okay? And it's like, that thing has the same volume in it and it costs like 7 crowns. It's like how it can be cheaper than water. It only means that it's industrial waste. Because then it would make, it's like, it costs less than it would cost to bottle it even. So like someone had to dispose of this industrial garbage, you know? It's just, I guess, that's what it is. Like you pay for the transport fees basically. These people say something like, žijím s tvrdým vzhledem čtvrt svět v trpkém možném džbánu. I don't think it makes sense to pronounce. That's why I said we should not talk about it, okay? Speaking squiggles is clearly superior. No, all the things can be pretty bad. Sounded like beatbox, no. Not at all. Have to go parents visiting this weekend and have some stuff to do around the house. Working 11 to 9 tonight and 8 AM tomorrow. Yeah, that sounds terrible. Thanks for stopping by, Koyoshi. See you around, bye. Food seems fine. Speed up. Hey, fair, bye, welcome. No, don't dare. That sounds horrible. I am sure it sounds horrible and it doesn't even make sense. It's just some random garbage from the internet. It's like, if I read it, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know what that is. But it's pretty bad. But we have tongue breakers. Well, how would you call it? Like, you know, it's tough to pronounce or say these things. Do you want to hear some of them? They are insane. So let's say one. 333 stříbrných stříkaček stříkalo přes 333 stříbrných střech. And it means 333 silver fire hoses were shooting water over 333 silver roofs. And then another one. Well, we've got a bunch. I don't even remember half of them. Start to remember. Pod stříbrnými větvemi vysokých stromů stojí ztracená postava, čekající s tichým klidem na znamení přicházejícího soumraku, kdy se hvězdy začnou sjednocovat v symfonii noci. Do it. The Polish tongue Vricker name, can you pronounce it? Grzegorz. Oh boy! I got to Grzegorz. Oh, I can't. It's like, that's a boss level right there. No, I was not ready. It's Grzegorz. Oh boy. I'm not even gonna attempt it. Like, I see it and it's like, yeah, my brain says, we are not doing this, Mark. We cannot do that. We will fail miserably. Let's just not even attempt it. It's from World War II war parody movie. Germans can't spell it either, right? Nice, not even the natives attempt the Am I the native? I guess. We are the natives. Well, in any case, I could try, but like, it's gonna fail. I know it. It's gonna fail. Mr. B is what I would call him. It's like, yeah. So Gregor Brzezinski. This is so hard. Brzezinskiewicz. Gregor Brzezinskiewicz. Maybe. There's like 5% chance that was accurate. So this is what it means on Meteor City or something. No, that's your cat walked on your keyboard when you were at the office where you were submitting a newborn child and you were naming them. And they had a bunch of cats and just ran over the keyboard like, oh yeah, let's just add that to the list, it's fine. Better not have to manage. Show the video on Discord, okay. It's really pretty cursed.
Gregos.
So does it go to clip? Okay. Oh yeah, I can't. I don't think I pronounced it right. It's Gregor. Oh boy. It's pretty bad. We're almost done with the city. Hopefully it's gonna happen soon. It's been 4 hours. What am I doing? Maintain large noble population, 10 estates. I need to double check. Yeah, we have enough. As long as all these are large estates, they are. Alright. Are we building the thing? Yeah, it's just gonna take forever, but they're technically building it. There's still villagers on the map, which I'm shocked by that. We have so many laborers, it's not enough. I will need more. Stretch prst skrz krk. It's a beatboxing right there. Stretch prst skrz krk. It's not beatboxing, it's just normal human language. No, it's really bad. It's yeah, that's a tongue breaker right there. I think the first one I told you was worse though. This one is at least short. Stuff. Make it happen. We're just gonna wait forever, I guess. Because I'm pretty certain we've got the other things. Unless I forgot to build something. No, the palace is a glorious residence. We've got the palaces, or the residences. So now it's just about the voyage. I guess it takes a while. You also have some phrases like that in Swedish. But they could just read when you don't know the sounds. Yeah, exactly. But that's what I had as a problem with the Polish one as well. Like, I don't think their stuff sounds the same. And they also overuse Z's. Like, they have Z's everywhere. We also have a Z, but we only use it where the sound actually is. I think W's and Z's is like a Polish thing. They don't like those. And I'm not sure if I'm like ever pronouncing it correctly. I don't speak Polish, so I don't feel. And also, I don't speak Swedish or German, so I would probably not be able to even pronounce any of it. But I could attempt it if you want, but it's not gonna go well. But that's I think the same problem goes for you. So like, if you see something Polish like that, it's just that, again, since it's a completely different language group, it's probably, that's why it's so hard to pronounce. But Finnish as well, right? Did you try, can you speak Finnish, Fairby? They have some ridiculous words. Even the regular sentences in Czech are hard for me. Yeah, because it's a different language group completely, so that's why it's so different. And it's not good. It would be better if it was just, you know, related. Finnish is fairly easy to read because they pronounce every letter that they write. It's impossible to understand. Yeah. Also, it's ridiculously hard. Anna mulle mitavan. Not even close. Whatever. I hope I didn't say something obscene, by the way, because you could technically do that, and if you do that, I'll be upset. Technically, that English is the language that's really easy to learn compared to nearly every other language. Yep, absolutely. That's why it's so useful. I listen to Finnish music. I know some song titles. I mean, yeah. Like, Korpiklaani is Finnish, isn't it? Which is kind of good, you know. But, yeah, like, I would not be able to speak that because it's squiggles, and I cannot speak squiggles. But I've seen some, like, written Finnish words, which is, like, I guess purposefully, like, they have some, like, ridiculous ones. But Germans do have that as well. They have some that are, like, super long, and, like, what even is that? But I guess that's the same point of view if you, like, look at Czech sentence. It's like, what is this? I don't know. Through, do, tough, toro. Yeah. Oh no, yeah. That thing. I feel no word, but that thing scares me. What even is that? I can't even begin to comprehend. Okay. I stand by my previous statement that Ztracená Bloudím is a masterpiece. So slight answer. Alright. German and Swedish merge words if they are talking of one specific item. Finnish write long words because of how the grammar rules work. Okay. Yeah, so that's why it's so broken with the Finnish ones. Like the German and the Germanic languages generally do what you say, like specific items. So that's why I mentioned before. So like you describe the thing you are talking about in extreme terms of like that's like the dwarf language basically, because like relatively blunt, right? And just kind of descriptive, I guess. In the house is one single word in Finnish, for example. Beef labeling, supervision duties, delegation law. Yeah. That's the thing that Brutality wrote. Rindsfleisch is just Fleischschättingerungs Überwachungsgaben Obertrang gets. Okay, no, that was really bad. I should have not attempted that. Almost. You can air fry it if you want. Swedish would write door handle as one word. I could. Der Handtaget. Der Handtaget. Is that a thing? I don't know. Maybe. Well, in any case, I would have liked to learn. Close enough. Okay. Yeah, I would have liked to learn German, but I would have done it. I would have had to done it when I was a kid. It's really hard to learn as an adult when you already have your head full of other things, and also another language, which is English. Fenster is a window. Funster. Okay. In here it's okno. Yeah, because you are the same cultural group and languages as well. It's the same language group. It's Germanic languages do that because Scandinavian culture and language is North Germanic basically. It's always was going back in history especially. But recently, there's been some other new discoveries, by the way, that you know, the hunter-gatherers that were living in Europe before the farmers arrived, people who were living a more sedentary lifestyle and were cultivating crops, these people are different as well. And so there was a, like, it's a lot to talk about, but interesting things. Should probably, you know, learn more about that. Had a different word for window before, but we borrowed the other one from the German traders. Right, makes sense. Like, it's not completely the same people, but it's like Polish and Czech. It's like other Slavic languages are to Czech. This is the same group, basically, but it's not the same, obviously, because, again, I cannot speak Polish. Like, if I listen to someone speaking Polish, I can tell, like, every third word, and I suppose that's how you have it as well. When you hear a German talk, you hear and you can understand, like, every couple of words. What does barracks mean in CZ? Kasarna. Yeah, in Russian it's similar, I think. Kasarna in German. Kasern in Swedish. Interesting, but that's because Czech specifically also, well, in here German was the official language for like the longest time. Okay, it was like from 1600s up to the end of the First World War, almost. So the thing is, we borrowed a lot of words as well from German, like a lot, and at the same time, I think also some Germans also borrowed some from us, but little. And then also there are words that were completely invented here, like robot is actually from here. Like the Karel Čapek invented it, which is an author. That's besides the point, though. So, how is this progressing? I have no indication. I hope it happens soon. A lot of people close to the border speak German. Yeah, of course. Better than some people I know, yeah. This is the old German. Like, it's a, you know, they preserved it, I guess. And it is correct. That's actually, like, the city I come from. Like, again, it has a lot of citizen Germans living in it. So does most of the other places around there. But that doesn't mean everyone speaks it. In Jechin, a lot speak German too. I was quite surprised. That surprises me as well. But once more, like, it's a bit difficult to really understand unless you understand the history. And in history, again, Bohemia was one of the kingdoms as part of the Holy Roman Empire. And so essentially, even before the 1600s, German was still used a lot here, especially regarding German settlers who came here often. And they would usually settle in different cities, and then they would kind of, you know, run their own little guild. And sometimes there would be so many of them that the city would essentially be a German city in the middle of Bohemia. And some cities just were like that. Of course, like, it's a long time up until that time and today, but at the same time, not really. So like some of it kind of stuck. So you know, our countries are very close, even though you might not think it. They are more than you might, you know, at the first like glance understand. Yeah, I can believe that. A lot of people here have heritage from the Sudeten Germans, and even before that, of course, and also Austrians and stuff like that. Austrians are essentially genetically like almost exact like Czechs. So like it's just weird how that works. But there's a thing about culture, and then there's a thing about genealogy. Like these things are separate, and sometimes, like with Czech people, your culture is different than what your ancestry is. That's to say with the Slavic origin especially, where it's been since like my basic school, like people are taught here that you are Slavs, but not necessarily. Like we have like a little bit of Slavic DNA left. It's actually like, considering how it's from the 7th century when the Slavs arrived here. Yes, they did, but they also assimilated and lived with many local Celts and Germans, ethnic Celts, because Celts as a group of people were not really a thing at that point. But even then it was very mixed, because there was assimilation going on, okay? And so one tribe would fight another, and then they would assimilate the other by letting all the kids and all the women live with the other tribe, and even the surviving males would be allowed to, you know, become the same people, essentially. That's how tribal societies really work. And so after that, it went even more crazy, because our neighbors, some of them Slavs, but others Germans, a lot of Germans, and Germans were a big, not only cultural influence, but also societal, and as well as like advancements really like came from Germany a lot of the times, especially regarding to mining and industry, while the Slavic heritage here meant that Germans learned stuff from here as well, which was agriculture a lot of the times. But they, again, brought knowledge of mining and industry. It's simplified, but that's basically how that worked. And so even today, you still, like, again, people here from genealogical perspective are less Slavic than they are German. And they essentially are the the ultimate European mix, because there's a bit of Austrian, even Italian, you've got German, you've got some Slavic, you've got like all the stuff that's around here. And if you look at the map and see where Bohemia is, it kind of makes sense. So it's tough subject to talk about, I guess, but yeah, like we are told a lot of things that are not necessarily true. Even like things evolve like that. The stuff I've been told as a kid while I was at school is no longer taught today. A lot of it, not everything, but a lot of it. So, you know, again, new discoveries are also made relatively often. So it's kind of hard to know. Then also something I say today might not necessarily, it might be disproven, you know, 10 years from now, of course. Oh no, I resized the window. That's bad. Okay, I'm gonna try to fix it. There you go. When is the voyage gonna be done? Also, we don't have any food, which is terrible. Like, aren't we supposed to win? I clicked the button. Suspend relations, no. Oh, this. News from Punt. Okay, I only had barely enough food to do that. So let's do that. No problem, Brutal. See you around, bye. I'm gonna let it run. We click the button. Hopefully that's gonna result in this progressing.
Your prestige is falling.
Do we care? Probably not. If anything, we should build a new tax collector. Because our food is pretty terrible. And we could probably collect taxes as well from the traders. Okay, we still have complaints about various things here. New mortuary probably. Not a bad idea. And then let's get... another priest, I guess. No, another scribe. To collect tariffs, and I should disable... We are losing all our food because these sites cost me a lot. I'm gonna stop it. So I don't care about the wood. We have like a bunch of it. So that even then it's gonna last the traders a long time. So let's do that. Somebody's upset. What is the complaint? Hape Aramun, Amun. Okay, we can do Amun. I don't think we have a shrine to him. But they have a shrine very close by. They're just, you know, upset. Amun. New ocean site, okay. So we've got a trading area, okay, fine. Well, we can have that, that doesn't cost food upkeep. What we care about is this ship needs to kind of get here, I guess. That's what we want for this to be completed, I suppose. Let's get a new noble. And then some farmers. So we need more food. Problem is, where do we even farm? Because this is kind of far away. Again, it's a shame this game ended up as it is. I feel like it has immense potential if someone was to mod it. Like a lot of the mechanics still don't feel too well fleshed out, especially the lack of economy. Seem hard, yeah. But it could be such a better game with modern concepts behind it. Like add an actual meaningful economy, you know. Could have been really cool. I guess if there was a dedicated movement behind it, it could be a thing, but it's just hard to really rally people around that. You're really fortunate to have Augustus for Caesar. It's not the worst game I've played. I actually do enjoy this game to an extent, but it has some issues, for sure. Might need another noble. But we should monitor their happiness, obviously. Entertainers. Could not go hunting. Alright. Entertainers seem to be fine. What about goods? No cosmetics. Mod. Well, that is a mod shrine, but once again, one is clearly not enough. There is a shrine right here. It's active even. Yet no one wants to visit it. Okay. This thing would take ages. I think we've been before them. But we built 3 pyramids, which is not terrible. All things considered. Okay. Get some more nobles. Merchants. That's what's the. Oh, I have another thing. Oasis sells fur, buys jewelry. Sure. Should set up a new jeweler's shop. Perhaps even 2. Some of these guys are having a tough time. That is plentiful goods. Why don't you get it? It's right there. Healthcare. Well, there's a thing right here, just not active at the moment. Could get another priest, but my prestige could fall. Oh, there we go. I've obviously offended the darkness's ancestors. I've sneezed and he started to yell at me. Okay, so 1043 people, perfect satisfaction. I wouldn't say it's perfect. Some people were complaining. Memorable prestige, we could have done better. Alright, alright. So we leave. And we won the campaign, basically. There are other campaigns, and I've held a poll, and you guys decided that we've seen enough, and that's a valid point. This custom campaign menu. Alright, so that's gonna be it. Thank you for watching. And I'm gonna send you off on a raid to see someone else who exists. FGs, okay. Straight FGs.